Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear, whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the
Welcome everybody to the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. As usual, we're on a quest to find out what is going on and what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. We already have a frequenter of the show here already. He is eager to say something. Kenny, welcome, sir, to the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say today?
Thank you, DNW. I just came on here very briefly to... I've made up a new term. It's called min-maxing, right? So,
Right.
think you, who's the most mean, badass rock star that you can think of? Just as a thought experiment right now.
Well, I mean, I suppose, Liam Gallagher back when he was a bit of a moody fucker, you know? I don't know what
I'm
he's
going
like.
to min-max right now. I'm going to
Mm.
min-max right now. I'm going to share my screen and tell you why I'm the top G badass min-maxer. Watch this.
Okay.
Let me know when it's ready and I'll
Ready. Here
share
we
the
go.
screen.
Oh,
So this is Liam Gallagher replying to me on X, begging me to stop being mean, in reply to me saying, "Reminder, yous ain't winning no fucking World Cup, you knobhead." And then there's a meme of Lionel Messi. "Save us, Lionel, you're our semi-final hope. We can't take another 60 years of them banging on about this."
there you go. I mean,
Yeah.
you obviously who would have thought it? You found a chink in Liam Gallagher's armor.
Yeah. And then you'll see my counter reply at the end of that, at the end
Go
of the
ahead.
video.
Okay. Are you gonna play it?
It's
Oh, it's
playing.
coming.
Can you not hear it?
No, I can't hear it, mate.
Wait, let me see.
I'm listening, Kenny, but there ain't no sound coming through. Anybody else want to
You
come
hear
on?
it now?
Please do. Nah, I can't hear anything.
You
Can
hear it now?
anybody else hear it? No. Can anyone else? Oh, mate, it might be something my end. I don't know, but can anyone else hear any audio coming from Kenny's video?
Oh, okay, just read the text on the screen then.
Yeah, I can see that. Reminder, you ain't winning no fucking World Cup, you knobhead. And then he goes,
I'm gonna
and
zoom.
Liam Gallagher said to you, stop being mean.
Yeah.
Mean. Hello, Crystal. Good to see you. So how do you feel, that you were bullying Liam Gallagher? Did he deserve it?
It's just a bit of banter at the end of the day.
I know, I'm
I just thought
joking.
it was pretty cool that I got a reply from him, because
Well,
when
you
he
do.
posts, every time he posts something, there's literally hundreds of replies within the space of a minute. So
You have hobnobbed with a few well-known people. George Galloway, Liam Gallagher, to name two. But there are others, Kenny, aren't there? There's that guy, that right-wing media guy you shared. What was his name? The
Mike
guy you
Graham,
spoke to. Yeah, Mike Graham. He's pretty big.
who was on my podcast. I've known Mike for quite a long time.
By the way, Kenny, you used to frequent George Galloway's show, and obviously you had a falling out, the two of you. But have you ever gone on like LBC or Talk Radio?
Well, I used to phone up Talk Radio sometimes. I sung a song for a guy who recently died of cancer.
I'm listening, Kenny. I got someone at the door, but I'll be right back. But I am listening. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. What was the guy who died of cancer? He used to be on. He was on with Ash, the guy with the long curly hair. Let me just look his name up. Oh yeah, that's his name. James Whale. Yeah, I phoned up the James Whale show and a song If I Can Dream. And he loved it that much. He actually invited me into the studio the next day, but I couldn't make it because I'd a date actually. So and James Whale sadly lost his battle to cancer in August last year, age 74. Yeah, so. And he was a Fleet Street journalist as well. Yeah. So while D&W's getting his whoever's at the door for him, I'm going to randomly read out a page from the Daily Stoic just to keep the show going a little bit.
Yeah, do
Made
that. I'm back,
for
guys. Thank you.
justice. I'm just going to read out this page 217 from the Daily Stoic, just to fill in for when you were away. Made for justice, the unjust person acts against the gods. For insofar as the nature of the universe made rational creatures for the sake of each other, with an eye towards mutual benefit based on true value and never for harm, anyone breaking nature's will obviously acts against the oldest of gods. Marcus Aurelius Meditations 9:1:1. We say of the most heinous acts that there are crimes against nature. We consider certain things to be an affront against humanity, saying, this violates everything we hold dear. However much we differ in religion, upbringing, politics, class, or gender, we can come together in agreement there. Why? Because our sense of justice goes marrow deep. We don't like it when people cut in line. We don't like freeloaders. We pass laws that protect defenselessness, protect the defenseless, and we pay our taxes, agreeing in part to redistribute our wealth to those in need. At the same time, if we think we can get away with it, we might try to cheat or bend the rules. To paraphrase Bill Walsh, when left to our own devices, many of us, individuals, seek lower ground like water. The key then is to support our natural inclination towards justice with strong boundaries and strong commitments, to embrace, as Lincoln urged a divided, angry nation to do, the better angels of our nature.
Wonderful.
Wonderful indeed.
Does anybody else want to come on, guys? Andy, are you coming on today? Crystal says she has met some celebrities before. Some were pretty down to earth, surprisingly. Nice one. Andy's coming in about 1 minute.
Yeah, I've met George Galloway in person a couple of times as well. He's actually really
I
humble.
met
and
John
nice
McEnroe.
in person.
That was probably
Yeah.
the most famous person I met.
Right.
I met him in
The most
Heathrow.
famous person I've seen in the flesh was Nelson Mandela. He came up to the Edinburgh International Conference Centre, and I've just seen this suited black guy with white hair getting out this limousine with flags on the front and snipers on the roof of the Edinburgh International Conference Centre and waving and people cheering. That was
If I
about
remember rightly, well, there's probably
99.
when I was in Glasgow, there's a street named after him there, Nelson Mandela Row or something. Or I remember that. But there's probably a street named after him in Edinburgh as well. He's a popular guy.
I read his book, The Long Walk to Freedom.
You read it, did you? What did you think?
His biography, yeah.
Yeah.
It was really
What did you think?
interesting. It was really interesting.
He was an
For him
interesting
to
guy.
come out such a humble
Yeah, he came from
spiritually
the Kosa
cleansed
people.
man without any bitterness in him, and
Yeah.
yeah, a changed man. Hey,
Interesting
Andy,
guy.
what's up?
Just another day in the hood.
Yeah. What state, Sean? What state are you in, Andy? In America?
I'm in Michigan, about an hour north of Detroit.
Right. One of my favorite singers is from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh, really?
Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I love Bob Seger. I actually go to Ann Arbor quite a bit. They have a really good museum there.
For Bob Seger.
No, it's just a natural history museum. It's at the University of
All right.
Michigan. It's free to
Would
the
you be able to give us one of his songs, Kenny? A rendition, maybe at some point.
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay, Andy, welcome.
Welcome to you.
And what would you like to say today, Andy? Anything in particular? Did you learn anything today? See anything? Remember anything? Experience anything that you feel would be worth sharing?
No. Nope, I have nothing to add. I'm sorry. Nothing
That's
new
okay.
anyway. Perhaps
okay.
something will come about as time passes.
Okay, Crystal, or maybe you might feel willing and wanting to come on later, but that's fine. It's good to have listeners and people participating in the live chat. We appreciate you. Sean.
You need to take a call, so I'm going to go into listening mode.
Okay, buddy boy. No problem.
Cheers.
Come back soon.
What's up?
Sean,
Hello.
you are here now, and
Nice to be here.
I don't know whether you feel compelled to say something to help the
Oh,
conversation
well, I
flow.
was excited to say that I was asking the Gemini AI about future of agriculture, and it mentioned precision fermentation, and I was like, what is that? And it's about like using bacteria and fungi to make proteins that taste just like meat. And I was like, whoa. And there's loads of big companies investing in this. So in the future, we could have like fake meat that's like tastes like meat, but it's from bacteria and it's all fermented in fats. So we won't need agriculture anymore to make fake dairy and fake meat products, proteins basically, mainly protein.
Made from yeast and stuff like that. The protein powder I use at the moment is made from yeast, apparently.
Yeah.
And it's good stuff.
What do you use protein powder for? Are you a vegetarian, D&W?
Yeah, I'm vegan, but
really?
I do go to the gym and I take a bit of protein powder now. Yeah, I've been going back to the gym for about 10 weeks.
Oh, good for you.
Just help me get my protein in. I take a little shake every day,
I've been actually trying to migrate towards veganism, but I'm just so addicted to meat. It's really
You'll
difficult.
you'll feel better when you do. You'll feel lighter, and let's just say everything will move easier. You'll feel lighter and cleansed, and if you do it properly, you'll have plenty of energy, more energy. You'll have your body will be able to break food down faster and give you access to the nutrients faster. It won't be lying in your stomach, and
I think
the bee's knees.
I want to speak to a dietitian and try to make sure that I'm getting the proper nutrients from the vegetables that I select when I do finally make the full transition, because I'm worried that
Yes,
I'm not going to be getting the proper nutrients.
boiling vegetables isn't the best for nutrition. And also you need to get your supplements like B12, vitamin D, omega-3 DHA. So you can get vegan DHA from microalgae, but it's more expensive than olive oil. But it's worth it because vegans can't get DHA from seeds, so that they're asked to buy the omega-3 vegan. It comes from algae basically. So they grow algae in these vats, and they're also growing a lot of it for the fish industry. Fish farming industry are buying more algae derived farmed omega-3.
I've never actually heard of that before. That's awesome.
Okay, Krista was asking, what was that ATU thing you mentioned last night, please? Oh, yes, that's the index of folklore story types. We can have a look at it now. We were talking about it briefly last night, so I'll just bring up the Wikipedia page on it just to give us a basic grounding in it and see, what it's about. And if you're interested, you can look deeper into it later. The Arn Thompson Uther Index is a catalogue of folk tale types used in folklore studies. So, folklore studies, guys, is an interdisciplinary field within cultural anthropology that examines the creation, performance, and preservation of folklore. Interesting stuff. The ATU index, ATU, Arn Thompson Uther, but we'll just call it ATU for short. The ATU index is the product of a series of revisions and expansions by an international group of scholars, originally published in German by Finnish folklorist Antti Arn in 1910. Somebody has just joined. It's Vegan Equilibrium. Welcome, brother. Good to see you.
Hello.
The index was translated into English, revised, and expanded by American folklorist Stith Thompson, and later further revised and expanded by German folklorist Hans-Jörg Uther. The ATU index is an essential tool for folklorists, used along with the Thompson Motif Index of Folk Literature. That's a 6-volume catalogue of motifs, granular elements of folklore composed by American folklorist Stith Thompson. Interesting. So they kind of look at the patterns and the repetitions, the kinds of stories. Let's have a look here.
Is this folklore from around the world, or is this like a British thing?
Oh, well, it started in Germany. It was put together by a Finnish guy. So,
oh, okay,
yeah. Let's have a look here. Construction. Oh. It's quite complex stuff, guys. I'm trying to get a good description of it here. This isn't really. The Arn Thompson tale type index divides tales into sections with an AT number for each entry. The names given are typical, but usage varies. The same tale type number may be referred to by its central motif or by one of the variant folk tales of that type, which can also vary, especially when used in different countries and cultures. The name does not have to be strictly literal for every folktale. For example, the cat as a helper has the number 545B and also includes tales where a fox helps the hero. Closely related folktales are often grouped within a type. For example, tale types 400 to 424 all feature brides or wives as the primary protagonist. For instance, The Quest for a Lost Bride, number 400, or The Animal Bride, 402. Subtypes within a tale type are designated by the addition of a letter to the AT number. For instance, Tale 510, Persecuted Heroine, renamed in Uther's revision as Cinderella and Peau d'Ane, Cinderella and Donkey Skin. Has subtypes 510A, Cinderella, and 510B, Catskin, renamed in Uther's revision as Peau d'Ane, also Donkey Skin. Catskin is an English fairy tale collected by Joseph Jacobs in More English Fairy Tales. I've never heard of that one. I don't even know if I want to read it. It sounds cat skin. I
Yeah,
bet
it
it's
sounds a little
quite-
gross. Is
It
this
does
like an
sound. It
is
does
this an
sound a little
alternate?
gross.
Is this like an alternate Cinderella story or something? Or
Well,
like a
do you know
proto?
what? I suppose we better click on it, even though I'm worrying. I'm worried what it is about. Okay, Catskin. Catskin is an English fairy tale collected by Joseph Jacobs. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Marianne Ralph Cox, in her study of Cinderella, identified as one of the basic types the unnatural father, contrasting with Cinderella itself and the Kappa Rushes. Synopsis: there once was a lord who had many fine estates and who wished to leave them to a son. When a daughter is born to him instead, he is very unhappy and will not even look at her. When she is 15, her father is willing to marry her off to the first man who offers. When she hates the first man who offers, she goes to a hen wife who. What's a hen wife?
Yeah, I was wondering myself.
Christ, we're going down a rabbit hole, and it's only the beginning of the show. I don't know. A woman in charge of domestic fowl. Okay. Sometimes
Contemptuously about men.
contemptuously used about men. Who advises her to demand a coat of silver cloth before the wedding. When her father and suitor provide that, the hen wife advises a coat of beaten gold, and then a coat made from feathers of all birds, and then a little coat of cat skin. Okay, it's a pretty gross story. Anyway,
It's gross.
it's a pretty fucking disturbing story. That's the English story. There's an Irish variant, The Princess of the Catskins. There's a German one, Lilau, and there's an Italian one, The She Bear. So it's clearly something. Yeah, it was
So
doing the
is this
rounds
like is
back
this
in the
cat
day.
skin is this cat skin motif like where Cinderella emerged from?
That's a good question. I don't know that. What does it say? It contrasts with Cinderella itself. I don't know.
It's interesting. I'm a little
Well,
confused about what this index
I don't
does.
know the story. I don't know. In the story of Cinderella, I know she's got her bad sisters and that, but it never mentions the dad, does it? I mean, in
No.
this one, the dad's bad. The dad is causing her psychological harm and abusing her emotionally, not protecting her, not, literally, it seems that he was negating in his duty to look after her. Didn't really care about, wouldn't even look at her. Seems like the dad was bad. I don't know about Cinderella though. I never heard a mention of the dad. Was
I don't
he
think it
mentioned?
does. I think the sisters are the bad guy in the Cinderella, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Anyway, funnily enough, we're going on to that now. An example. This is going back to the ATU index. An example. The entry for 510A in the ATU index with cross references to motifs in Thompson's motif index of folk literature in square brackets and variants in parentheses reads 5108 Cinderella, also known in other languages as Cenerentola, Cendrillon, and Aschenputtel. A young woman is mistreated by her stepmother and stepsisters. S31L55. Guys, this is the most wow, I was going to say the most autistic methodology ever, but it is quite brilliant. I mean, they really analyze the evolution of stories and, look at the similarities. It is something. I mean, just as you could perhaps look at genes and see how they spread around, you can probably do the same with these stories as well, see where they come from, perhaps. And anyway, she's mistreated by her stepmother and stepsisters and has to live in the ashes as a servant. When the sisters and the stepmother go to a ball, and they got church in brackets, so in some stories, maybe it was them going to church. They give Cinderella an impossible task. For example, sorting peas from ashes, which she accomplishes with the help of birds. Okay, that's a B450 story. she obtains beautiful clothing from a supernatural being. That's a D1050.1 or an N815, or a tree that grows on the grave of her deceased mother. And they give various examples of where that's used before. D815.1, D842.1, E323.2, and goes unknown to the ball. A prince falls in love with her, and they have a whole load of examples where that is a common motif. They give other codes for that old chestnut, but she has to leave the ball early. Again, another code there. I won't read the code. I'll just say there's another code there to show that this is a repetitive meme in these stories. The same thing happens on the next evening, but on the third evening, she loses one of her shoes. Again, that is duly coded afterwards twice. The prince will marry only the woman whom the shoe fits. The stepsisters cut pieces off their feet in order to make them fit into the shoe. But a bird calls attention to this deceit. Cinderella, who had first been hidden from the prince, tries on the shoe and it fits her. The prince marries her. Okay, and then they do a whole load of code combinations where it can be reconfigured this way and that in different stories depending on where they originate or where they are told. There you go.
I need this in my collection.
It is. I think it is. I mean, we've all read these fairy tales or stories when we were kids, Hans Christian Andersen and such, and all that kind of, all those stories. I think you read them when you were a kid. Did you read a lot of them, or you were told a lot of them?
When I was a kid, I didn't do a lot of reading, so it was mostly like movies on Disney and stuff.
Okay. So yeah, that's the ATU reference. Shit, we lost Vegan Equilibrium. He must have been bored shitless.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Wait, do they use this stuff for religions? Can they use this stuff for religions as well, mythologies and all that?
Do you know what? They probably do have something similar for religions as well, because I'm sure there is like a kind of map of religions from like Indo-European to the current day, and how they evolved and how they changed here and there,
I would like to follow this trail of numbers to see if they're doing polemics on the older stories.
Would you like to explain that?
So, what do you mean? Like what a polemic is?
No, I know what a polemic is, but I mean, what do you think they were trying to attain? Like, what do you think they were trying to? Why does that interest you? Is what I mean.
The reason, well, for one, a lot of times when stories are copying or sort of, drawing inspiration from other stories, on its face, it seems like they're doing it like as a tribute. But when you really read both and compare one to the other, you'll find that the later version is kind of like upset with the earlier version and mocking it or showing disdain for it. So I wonder if I noticed that they added in brackets church next to ball, so I kind of wonder if the earlier version was a Christian version or vice versa, and it got weeded out.
I see what you're saying, and you think that might be done intentionally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I reckon you're probably right. As the cultures shift and change, they take what they feel is good and leave what they feel is bad and replace it. And maybe it might not be done to mock it or whatever, but it just shows the evolution of thought and the evolution of culture. But what I notice sometimes as well, Anders, is jokes. Jokes can be the same kind of format around the world, but the butt of the joke can be different, So it could be for, it might be a nationality on one side, and then on the other side, it will be that nationality is the one telling the joke, and they'll put the other nationality as the butt, if you know what I mean. And that kind of happens,
I didn't know that.
Well, like, well, I think it does happen a lot. I think it happens a lot. Like, Poles used to get a lot of shit in America, but then I'm sure Poles would tell jokes about Italians. English would tell jokes about Irish. Irish would tell jokes about English people. You know, this is, I would say, just something humans do. It's that in-group behavior. You know, mock the outsiders.
That's so true.
And you can see that. I've seen that a lot in jokes. You know, people don't very often make jokes about their own culture themselves. You know, depending on the,
Irish do.
I think depending on the level of.
I think we do in the West. We
Well,
mock
no, I
ourselves
was
a lot
about to.
more.
I was about to say something, Sean. I was saying depending on your political persuasion. You know, like I don't think there's many hardcore Republicans making fun of America. Am I right?
That's a good point. I've never seen it.
I follow.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen a
don't think
few
there are.
good.
But you might
seen a
get the
few
odd
good
lefty making fun of America.
Well, I've seen a
Now,
few good conservative comedians that are mocking themselves, and there's a few.
Okay.
I heard that the stereotype that the conservatives are not as funny as the left, but I don't know.
Scottish people definitely do. Billy Connolly being a perfect example. Yeah. The big yin. I read his book, actually, Kenny. I did read his book. I forget what it was called, but I read it in like 2003 or something. I was ages ago when I was really young. And yeah, Billy Connolly, he had quite the life, man. Quite the life. I think he worked in like a shipyard or something. And I think he was like a steel fabricator or something at some point. He's a folk musician as well, you know, and a comedian. He was also, he grew up in a really poor part of Glasgow in the tenements. I think he was like third generation Irish or something. His grandfather or something come over, or maybe I don't know. It's one of his relations to come over from Ireland. I don't know if it was the potato famine or after that. I don't know.
He's got what's that called? ALS now? Multiple.
Yeah,
sclerosis.
he's really ill. Yeah, he's really ill.
Oh no.
He's really ill. Yeah.
Do you, when you see Kenny's comments, do you read them in his voice in your head?
No. Do you?
I do. Yeah. Like perfectly too. Like I can literally hear his voice as if he's talking to me in my head.
Is it only Kenny's voice that you do that for?
Honestly, I really do think it only is Kenny. I think I just read them in my voice normally, but with Kenny, for some reason, I do the accent.
Yeah, that's right. It was written by his wife. What was it called, Kenny? Because I remember it had a picture of him on the front. I think it was a white cover. And yeah, I remember it was written by his wife, Pamela, who was a sex therapist. who probably, I don't know whether she still is, but that's an interesting wife to have. She used to write newspaper columns telling people how to have sex. I imagine that's quite a good wife to have if you're going to have a wife, you know.
Look at the comment that Emily posted about Snow White. That's interesting.
Oh, here we go. Snow White, the queen, is originally her real mother who wants to eat her lungs and liver. Christ, they changed it because it was too horrid. Yeah, some of these fairy tales were fucking brutally horrific.
The medieval ages, the people in the medieval times were just going through so much suffering, I think, that it was completely commonplace to like include suffering in a story because everybody was suffering.
Yeah.
Speaking of the medieval ages,
you know what I was reminded of there with the ATU stuff, and that is it was almost like some of these Jungian archetypes, like like the crone, for example, this old woman who has a bad rep, and we see her in culture as a witch or an old hag, and then there's the ancient Jewish story of Lilith that not many people know about, but Lilith was apparently the first woman ever created by Yahweh, and she was told to lie down with Adam, and she refused. And basically, she was cursed by God to walk the planet for eternity. And she's kind of, I don't know whether she's a succubus kind of character, but apparently
Yeah, she is.
She is. She is.
Yeah.
She comes and has sex with men at night, and she also, I think she tries to kill babies as well. Is that right, Anders?
I've never heard the babies thing, but you're right about her being a succubus. At least later
Well, she's
on,
got there's different stories told about her. On the one hand, some people view her as a feminine hero, a heroine, because in the kind of Gnostic sense, she rebelled against the evil creator and refused to do what he said. She used her free will. She didn't want to be told to lie down with a man unless she really wanted to, so the fact that she disobeyed that command is viewed by some feminists as worth celebrating. Other people paint her out as some kind of, as I said, old hag, mean-minded, mean-spirited woman who was misanthropic and hateful, full of scorn, not to be trusted, and extremely dangerous. That witch.
It's a jinx.
Yeah, and so she's talked of as the Lilith in these ancient Judaic folklore. But then some people will say, that story pops up all over the world. This wandering hag that appears out of nowhere. For example, in Celtic mythology, we have the Banshee, which is an old hag who just appears out of nowhere. Follows certain Celtic lineages. And there are stories apparently even in Africa of old hags appearing. So this is a common motif that would be interesting also exploring,
Could you show my picture full screen for a second?
Yes, 1 second.
So that's a picture from a Hebrew.
Oh, that did make me laugh. Sorry. Emily says it's Madonna on tour. Sorry, that did make me laugh. Go ahead, Andy.
It's from some sort of bowl. I can't really remember the full story, but that's an image of Lilith drawn by ancient Jews inside of like a bowl. I think it was an incantation bowl or a libation bowl or something. And they drew a picture of Lilith. They were always very similar to this. They had her hands and feet chained together and her breasts exposed. And they would put you can see little pieces of a curse written in Hebrew that goes in a circle around the picture. And they would write a curse to keep her locked inside of this incantation or libation bowl. Pretty interesting stuff. You can buy them.
She's viewed as satanic then, for the most part.
She was basically the female Satan. She was like another version of Satan.
Yeah.
During a time period, anyway. Not always.
Yeah, a woman who wouldn't do what she was told.
Yep.
Which book is this from? The Lilith story, Bible.
Lilith mostly. She's in Isaiah, but she appears mostly in Hellenistic and Persian Jewish literature. A bunch of books.
Folklore. She's like a folklore tale. But she does make an appearance in the Bible in Isaiah. Really, I didn't know that. I thought it was like Jewish folklore. I didn't know it was actually in the Bible.
She gets mentioned alongside goat demons, which are called satyrs, and it says, and also Lilith was there or something. Like it's listing off demons, and it throws Lilith's name in there.
Wow, scary.
Dude, I need to read the Bible again, man. It sounds fun. They should make a movie about it. The Old Testament.
The
whole thing.
They did.
They have. They've made several movies about the Old Testament.
I'm gonna make a movie about it now.
What was that one a few years back? I don't know who made it. There was one about the Nephilim and all that. Was that a Disney cartoon or something, or some cartoon like a Avatar style movie, wasn't it? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I want to see it if it is out. I've never heard of it. I haven't watched any recent ones. I think the most modern Bible movie I've seen is Charleston Heston's 10 Commandments from like the 70s.
Yeah, I mean,
they've never done like a full show. Like I seen The Chosen, but that's the New Testament. But they need to do a full series on the whole Bible in detail.
I agree. Starting with the Old Testament and not just focusing on Jesus like everybody does.
It'll be fucked. I mean, it'll be R-rated or 18 plus.
Oh, some of it's X-rated. There's a story in the book of, I believe it's in Numbers. A woman gets raped to death by a gang of men. And then it's actually they're trying to get inside to rape angels that are inside the house, and the angels don't want to be raped, obviously. So the man offers his virgin concubine to go out instead, and they can have her. And so they rape her until she dies, and then the next morning, her owner goes out to collect her, and he says, "Get up," and she doesn't move, and he realizes she's dead. So he cuts her body into 12 pieces and sends the 12 pieces of her body around to each tribe of Israel. It's a pretty gruesome story.
Wow. Yikes. Yeah, man. People back then didn't have R rating or I think did they tell these stories to kids back then?
Did they what?
Did they tell these stories to kids back then? Were kids educated on the Bible very young?
I don't know. They always avoided these sorts of stories when I went to vacation Bible school every summer, and I went to Sunday school every week, and they never told us these stories. And when I was a kid, but I would imagine in the old times they probably did. Hello, Objective Ethics.
Hello, Oe. Good to see you, brother. Kenny says the execution of William Wallace is a pretty gruesome.
Oh my God! I know. It's funny you say that, Kenny, because in the movie with Mel Gibson, they show his execution, but it kind of goes over your head what actually happened, and so I never realized. I never understood what they were doing to him.
Well,
and
I mean,
read about
back in those days, they made an example of people,
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
They did the same with Guy Fawkes. I mean, Guy Fawkes didn't have a good time either, and his co-conspirators, the Guy Fawkes plot that got found out just in time.
Didn't he rise up and try to overthrow Parliament or something?
I think he might have actually killed himself on the I'll have to look it up again, but if I remember rightly, they all got hung, drawn, and quartered, and he was I think he was on the platform, and he was already he'd already been tortured and fucked over, and I think he might have jumped off the platform and died from that. He kind of committed suicide when he had a chance to jump, because he didn't want to have the torture continued on him. I think that's the case.
Oh, wow. Although William Wallace was hung, drawn, and quartered, they also cut his dick and balls off while he was alive, right in front of the entire crowd before they did that to him. I don't think he was hung, was he?
Sorry, say that again?
I don't think he was hung, though, was he, William Wallace? Or was he talking about Guy Fawkes?
I'm just looking at Guy Fawkes. 1 second. Here we go.
But yeah,
on the 31st. 1 second, guys. On the 31st of January 1606, Guy Fawkes and 3 others, Thomas Wintour, Ambrose Rookwood, and Robert Keyes, were dragged from the Tower of London on wattled hurdles to the old palace yard at Westminster, opposite the building they had attempted to destroy. His fellow plotters were then hanged and quartered. Okay. Fawkes was the last to stand on the scaffold. He asked for forgiveness of the king and the state while keeping up his crosses and idol ceremonies. That's Catholic practices. Weakened by torture and aided by the hangman, Fawkes began to climb the ladder to the noose, but either through jumping to his death or climbing too high so that the rope was incorrectly set, he managed to avoid the agony of the latter part of his execution by breaking his neck. His lifeless body was nevertheless quartered, and as was the custom, his body parts were then distributed to the four corners of the kingdom to be displayed as a warning to other would-be traitors. So yeah, basically to avoid, experiencing being quartered, he and the brutality of that, he managed to off himself via breaking his neck. Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Smart guy.
You know, I misspoke about William Wallace, by the way. They didn't cut his genitals off. They disemboweled him. I didn't know that. I thought they cut his genitals off for some reason.
Yeah. So we went from Lilith to torturing humans. I mean, yeah, the humans were doing crazy shit back then. I mean, I guess we don't do as well. We do still do, but I think we do less.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I know that stonings are still a thing in Africa for like for infidelity. In certain parts,
Yeah.
anyway. I don't know about everywhere, but like women are stoned to death and burned alive in Africa for infidelity right now.
I imagine it's rare.
Yeah, it's probably as rare, but it does happen. There are videos of it. Oh wow!
I mean, why
Okay,
don't the
they
modern
did
Jews?
cut his genitals off.
Sorry, why don't the modern Jews follow all these crazy Old Testament laws?
Yeah, I don't know. They're afraid, I guess. They don't truly believe in God.
I mean, the Orthodox Jews, do they have to follow these like really extreme? I mean, there's some laws in the Old Testament are pretty bad, so I don't know. They probably have ways around it.
Yeah, subjective ethics. It was kind of like a weird strangulation, I believe, and it was a horrific ordeal. But yeah, they didn't kill them by hanging if they were going to quarter them afterwards. It was I think they just did it until they kind of started kicking their legs and they were really suffering, and then they let them down, and then they did away with them with the various implements they used to, chop them up. Brutal stuff.
You know, one of the most brutal punishments I've ever heard of is some sort of device like a pyramid or a cone, and they would set you on top of it, like on your anus, on the tip of the cone.
I've
and
heard
gravity
of that one
would
as well.
slowly like rip you in half.
That one as well. I've heard of a couple of really horrible ones. I'm not sure if it was in ancient Rome. I think it was ancient Rome, or was it ancient Greece? I can't remember. But there was one where they used to put a person inside a cast of a cow, a bull. Sorry, a kind of a metal cast of a bull, and it was hollowed out inside. And they would put you inside there, and then they would light a fire around you, and basically you would be burnt to death via the fire, heating the metal.
You're talking about you're talking about the Moloch statue,
right? But it had a kind of various holes in it where the nostrils and the mouth were of the cast of the cow, and when they screamed, it used to make this horrible sound out of the bull. Like a whistle, but like it was like a really kind of long drone, kind of like I suppose a kind of bull, mooing or whatever. But it was a horrible, deep sound.
Never mind. I do know what you're talking about. Something different. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what culture that's from. It was just a bull, not a bull human.
I think the Iranians did it.
No, I don't know. We'll have to look that up. We'll have to fact check it. But there's another one that was horrific. And I can't remember who did this, but they used to get a boat, and like a rowing boat, and they used to put the person in it and tie them down, and they used to like cover them in honey, and then they used to cover that over. And then they used to cover it over with just their head sticking out, but they couldn't move. Obviously, they were tied down, and then they just pushed them out onto the water. And in the searing sun, they didn't have any shade, so they used to get burnt by the sun. And then also underneath the cover in the boat, flies would land and eat the honey, lay eggs, and then start eating the person while they were still alive. And it was an excruciating, death. And the person obviously used to sometimes, well, they would, because they were in there so long, they'd empty their bowels in there, and obviously that would attract more insects. And again, those insects would lay eggs, bite, and feed on the poor person that was victim of this. So yeah, that was a pretty gruesome end as well, or an extremely gruesome end.
That's the worst one, probably. I'd say that's probably the worst.
Yeah, because it took a long time. It wasn't something that, it was a really excruciating and agonizing death,
Well, they probably died of dehydration before they got eaten by maggots.
Right.
Because it takes, 3 days to die from dehydration, I think?
I've heard of that before. I think there might be I think there might be I don't know. I think there might be a reason why they didn't die. Maybe they were forcefully fed water or something. I don't know. But let's have a look. 1 second. What was the first
another
one?
awful one was the Assyrians would tie people's hands and feet. They would pound stakes into the ground, and they would tie your hands and feet spread out so you were laying stomach down on the ground, and they would literally skin you alive. They did this regularly to everybody that they defeated in war.
Yeah, the actual torture I was talking about earlier is known as the Brazen Bull. Okay. And it was invented by Perillus of Athens. Okay, 6th century BC.
Wow.
So ancient Greece, yeah. Designed in ancient Greece, yeah.
Wow, so Alexander the Great must have witnessed this.
And it was used for the persecution of early Christians.
Holy shit.
Romans used it as well. Actually.
I believe it. They copied everything from the Greeks.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we have the sorry?
No, it's fine. Go on.
I'll look up the boat one. Yeah, scaphism or scapism. It looks like it was Greek as well.
Jesus.
I was listening to what's that guy, the scholar there, famous scholar there. What's his name again? Something. He's got a show on YouTube anyway. He was talking about how Plato influenced the Jewish religion as well. I was like, oh, okay. So Plato had a big part to do with all this stuff.
Yeah. I've never read Plato. I'm not really into philosophy, but I've heard a lot of biblical scholars say that the Old Testament, even as far back as Genesis, was influenced by Plato's writings. A lot of people think.
Hold up. We have Vegan Equilibrium looking very dapper. Vegan Equilibrium, how did your gig go the other night?
Last night it was good. Yeah, there was a whole row of women in the front at the stage dancing.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Nice. That's good.
What were you playing?
No, I heard you guys talking about torture in different cultures. I bet if any of that shit was happening today in different cultures, people in the West would be like, or at least all the leftists in the West would be like, it's not our job to police them on those things because that's their culture.
Oh yeah, there's no limit. We're still the same.
I would say they'd be insane. Wouldn't you say they'd be an insane minority though of people?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
No, I think that people would forget about it in a week and go on about their life like nothing happened.
I have seen people on both the right and the left say that they think it's like that we should not be going and policing cultures where they, where pedophilia is part of their culture, like in Islamic extremist societies or in places in Africa. where I say, no, we should go in and prevent that shit from happening and try and help civilize those people. And then, yeah, I've seen people on both the right and the left say, oh, no, that's just part of their culture. It's fine. And like, dude, like, even had a episode on here once where there was a whole group of people in here being like, oh, it's different. It's different in the context of their culture. In their culture, it's okay. In ours, it's not. I'm just like, dude, this is fucking stupid, man. We should be trying to save those people.
I don't know who said that, but they were an idiot. I mean, yeah, clearly we should be
Well,
trying
LA
to
was one of them.
Sorry?
LA was one
We
of them.
tried it in Afghanistan. It failed badly against Taliban.
Yeah, I mean, I heard horrible stories in Afghanistan. I don't know if any of you can fact check this, but apparently there's a tradition in Afghanistan. I'm sorry, Afghanis, if you call me racist. I heard this. Somebody can tell me I'm wrong, but apparently in some part of Afghanistan, there's this weird fucking tradition where men meet up and they kind of groom or they grab young boys and make the boys dance with them. And like they basically use the young boys as like pseudo females and do horrible things to them.
The Romans did that. Emperor Nero did that to a young...
Yeah. Emily knows what it's about, dancing boys. Apparently it is a thing. And yeah, I feel like we should stop that shit from happening. We in the West should stop that.
The emperor that was written, the Antichrist from the Bible, Emperor Nero did that to a young boy called Sporus, and he abused him and mutilated him all the time and embarrassed him publicly, cut his genitals off.
Didn't he make somebody into a like what do you call it? I was gonna
eunuch.
Yeah.
That's the one, yeah. Sporus. It was a young boy, and
he
then
was a
eventually
particularly horrible fucking emperor, wasn't he, Nero?
He was the worst ever. They were going to do a Greek theater play where they killed him they raped and killed him at the end of the play, and so Sporus took his own life to avoid it.
Dear oh dear. Repeat that again. Sorry, it was so horrific. It didn't even go in. Go on, say that again.
He raped and mutilated a young boy that was probably preteen, cut his genitals off, embarrassed him publicly, and then eventually they decided that they were going to do a Greek theater play, like they're Romans, obviously, but they were going to put on like a Greek theater style play where they rape and kill him as like the ending act to the play. And so Sporus took his own life to avoid that.
Sporus, rest in peace. You did suffer. The poor guy. Bloody hell. How fucking horrific is that? It's terrifying what we came from, and also terrifying what is still going on in this crazy world, But that is just levels of evil you just can't even believe ever happened, or is possible that it could happen. Just horrific.
ANW.
Yes, Kenny.
Do you mind if I show a YouTube video about the execution of William Wallace? It goes into the gory detail and why it was so even more horrific than we can just imagine by talking about it.
Yeah, this shit always kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, man, because you just sometimes what I think is we're only a few catastrophes away from civilization breaking down and man going beast mode on each other. Again, that is the terrifying thing about this reality. Have we actually eradicated that side of human nature in totality throughout our species? I don't think we have.
Absolutely not.
And when shit hits the fan, if society collapses, if there is some kind of global industrial civilization collapse, what are humans capable of? That is the terrifying question. What are they capable of? Well, the proof is in the pudding. We can see from history they're capable of atrociously evil things. So go ahead, Kenny, show us that.
Okay.
Sure, we already know, how long is the video?
We're going to watch it, Sean.
It's only 9 minutes long. It's not long.
Okay. We get it. You got badly tortured, mate. We have good imaginations.
Sean, if you want, you can fuck off while the rest of us watch it.
We need a PG-13 here only.
All right, it's on the
Tell
screen.
me when
I'll
it's
put it
on.
now. Yeah, it's ready.
London, the summer of 1305. The cobblestones of the city are slick with morning dew. The air smells of smoke, sweat, and something else. Something like fear. A crowd gathers, thousands deep, children sitting on shoulders, vendors selling meat pies. Laughter mingled with anticipation. They didn't come for a festival. They came for a man who had once made kings tremble, a man who now stood, bound. A traitor. To Scotland, he was a warrior, a symbol of what freedom could look like. But what happened to him on that August day was never about justice. It was about domination. It was about erasing not just a man, but the very idea he stood for. To understand the horror of what was about to unfold, you need to understand what led William Wallace to this final moment. Medieval Scotland was chaos wrapped in iron. Kings died without heirs. Nobles switched loyalties like cloaks. And across the border, King Edward I of England, known as Longshanks, waited like a vulture. When Scotland faltered, he struck. Wallace was no prince, no polished nobleman. He was the son of a minor knight, raised in hardship. But when the English murdered his family, something in him broke. Or maybe...
Yeah, Kenny, sorry, mate. Will you fast forward it to the... Because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Because I know that's AI and they probably will give me a copyright strike, whoever owns that channel, if I show the whole thing. It's not something that is common on the internet. It's someone's individual channel. So let me know when you've done that. Yeah, you're muted, Kenny. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead, Kenny.
The channel in question only has 4,000 subscribers. So
Yeah,
there's
they
not
can
much
still-
chance of getting a copyright strike.
I think they still can. Once you're over 1,000, they can give you one, mate.
Right, okay.
So go to the we'll say thanks to the channel anyway. Thanks to the channel. But go to the actual execution because that's all we want to know. We know the story of William Wallace.
Right, okay. Right.
Let me know when it's ready. Guys, do come on here. It's Friday night on the Finding Gnosis show. We do need a few more on here. That which is, have you managed to get yourself a microphone yet?
Dude, did you ever watch those true crime documentaries? And they're all about like serial killers and all that stuff. Pretty cool, but
Yeah,
scary.
I don't think it's pretty cool. I think I've never
it's
liked it.
entertaining, but it's kind of scary.
Entertaining. You
Right, okay,
sicko.
DNW, I'll fast forward that a little bit for you.
All right.
Is it ready?
Yeah.
First wasn't satisfied with just a capture. He wanted a message carved in agony. Wallace's journey to London was no transport. It was humiliation in slow motion. Stripped of dignity, paraded like a beast, he was dragged through English towns for weeks, bound in filth, spit on by crowds, displayed like a trophy. But he never begged. He never wept. They say he looked every jeering face in the eye, as if memorizing each soul who cheered his downfall. To the English, he was a monster, but the way they treated him revealed who the real monsters were. August 23rd, 1305, Westminster Hall. Wallace stood before a panel of judges who had already written his fate. He was charged with treason, sacrilege, and murder. But here's the twisted irony. Wallace had never sworn allegiance to Edward. In his final defiant words, he declared, "I cannot be a traitor to a king I never acknowledged." And with that, the court roared, but not in sympathy, in judgment. The sentence was chilling. He would be hanged, but not to death, cut open while still breathing, his insides burned in front of his eyes, his body butchered into 4 parts, his head dipped in tar, and placed high above London Bridge, to watch the river flow beneath it for years to come. This wasn't justice. This was a performance, written in blood and cruelty. Dawn broke over London like any other summer day, but the air carried a different weight. It wasn't fog, it was fear. The city had been preparing for days. Wooden scaffolds were hammered into place. Vendors sold roasted meat and cheap ale to the waiting crowd. Children clutched their mothers' hands. Old men leaned on sticks. Everyone came, not for justice, but for entertainment. Because what they were about to witness was not an execution. It was medieval theater. Cruelty turned into spectacle. Wallace was tied to a hurdle, a wooden frame dragged through mud and stone. He was pulled from the Tower of London through the city's busiest streets. Cobblestones shredded his skin, every bump a fresh wound. The crowd roared, some jeered, some laughed, some simply stared, watching a legend be dragged like meat to slaughter. No sword, no armor, no voice, just the eyes of a man who refused to break. At Smithfield, the scaffold loomed above the crowd like a dark altar. Wallace was hoisted up and hanged by the neck, but not to kill him, just enough to choke, to burn. As his body convulsed, they cut him down, alive. What came next? Silence. Even the crowd stopped breathing. The executioner pulled a knife. With slow, deliberate cruelty, he opened Wallace's abdomen and pulled out his entrails. Wallace was still conscious, his face pale, his mouth bloodied, but his eyes were still open. One by one, each organ was held high, then thrown into a fire as Wallace watched. The crowd gasped. Some turned away, others cheered, but everyone knew this was no ordinary death. Finally, when his breath turned to shudder, the executioner raised his axe. One clean stroke, the head fell, blood spilled, and the crowd cheered. The execution wasn't over. Not even in death was Wallace granted peace. The executioner took his blade again, but this time, not to kill, but to divide. His arms were removed, his legs hacked apart, blood spilled over the wooden scaffold like spilled ink on a death warrant. One by one, the body parts were wrapped in cloth, labeled for their destinations. Wallace wasn't just
Yeah, gruesome
Holy
stuff.
shit.
Gruesome stuff. Gruesome stuff.
Well,
You know, I noticed it said that children were watching. That kind of answers our question about whether or not kids were read the gruesome parts of the Bible.
Probably.
what what Edward Longshanks tried to do by sending the 4 the arms and legs to different parts of the UK was to subdue any militias thinking of another uprising. This is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
But had the opposite effect on the Scots. And then they went into battle against the English 9 years later in 1314 and defeated the English at the Battle of Bannockburn under the leadership of Robert the Bruce.
And did they get down as far as York? Or was that?
William Wallace got as far as York.
That's right, yeah.
Bannockburn is in Stirling.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. Fucking hell, that was grim, Kenny. That was grim.
Was it too much for your anxiety levels?
Well, it's like you know, this type of shit. You just can't believe it actually happened. You know, it's yeah.
Well, I believe it happened, all right.
Oh no, I know it happened. I know it happened, but you know, you just can't believe what humans are capable of. You know, it's shocking, shocking.
I think we're the only species that are capable of killing each other for pleasure.
That's an interesting.
There's no other animal.
I don't know. I mean, killing
Dolphins
each other,
do it.
maybe maybe killing each other, but I mean, cats kill animals and don't eat them for like they play with them and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, killing each other though, cats don't kill each other for pleasure, do they? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think there are other animals
Dolphins
that
do. Dolphins rape and kill baby dolphins for sport.
for sport. Oh God, that's worrying because we always hold them up to be wonderful creatures because they're so intelligent.
Yeah, they're awful.
They do have insanely intricate brains that are. Some people say they're more intelligent than us. Their
I
brains are
think there's
so
a
well
difference
developed.
between killing for sport and killing because it gives you some sort of sadistic pleasure. Like humans hunt animals for sport. That's different for like Ted Bundy killing women because he got a sadistic sexual pleasure from it, you know?
Well, apparently humans have hunted other humans for sport. I mean, in Australia back in the day, there used to be one day a year when you could go out and kill an Aborigine and not get done for it. I mean, I've heard. Can someone fact check me on that? I mean, I read that a long time ago, and maybe I think that was a thing. That one day a year there was kill an Aborigine Day.
Jesus.
You also had sniper tourism in Sarajevo.
Yeah, we spoke about that here before. That is fucked up shit. I mean, I don't know what's happened with that case. That was in the news this year, where during the what war was that? The Bosnian War, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Leb. There was a tourism from elites in Europe and around the world going there from a vantage point somewhere to take out women, civilians on the street, and then they would go back to the bar in the hotel that night and celebrate. And it was a competition. The person who got the most beautiful woman,
the most beautiful woman, apparently.
The person who killed the most beautiful women won the there was a league table, so the more beautiful she was, the higher up in points you'd go. Also bonus points if she was pregnant. That was apparent. Did you guys hear about that? I mean, I haven't heard about that since, Kenny. It was in the news for a while, but I haven't. Has there been? Apparently, the Italian police were looking into it. I mean, they were taking it very serious. There's a lot of people saying it definitely happened. Did you hear about that, Andy?
I didn't hear what you were saying. I'm sorry. I was reading.
Kenny, would you like to tell Andy what we were saying?
I didn't hear about that, D&W. Sorry, I was reading.
Well, Andy, in Sarajevo during the war, back in, when was that, Kenny? 90s?
I think it was the 90s, yeah.
Yeah. There was a...
there's no difference between killing sadistically and killing for sport. That's where the sadism lies.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But anyway, during the war, there was a dark tourism going on where elites were paying loads and loads of money to go there for sport, to take crack shots, sniper shots at civilians on the street and kill them, to get away with it because it was done during the war, so they could do it under, the auspices of it happening as a kind of wartime act, and they could get out of there without being done for murder. And apparently, this was done, and they had a competition whereby if you killed the most beautiful woman, you won that day's shooting. And if she was pregnant, you got bonus points. And this is what they were doing, Anders. They were going there from America, apparently UK, Canada, Russia, Italy. This is what was said. And the Italian police, and I believe a few other police forces, were looking into it and taking it extremely serious. I haven't heard anything since, though. What you weren't aware of that, Andy?
No, I've never heard of that. I say that we should find out who did it and hang, draw, and quarter them.
Well, they're saying that the people who did it might be quite old now, if not dead. But there's a lot.
Even if they're 90 years old, if they're still alive, I say we should torture them until they die.
Horrific stuff. Yeah.
Have you seen the movie Hostel?
Hostel.
Yeah.
Is that the one
Awesome movie.
Is that the one in Bratislava in is that one?
Yeah, one of them is. I think the second one is.
Okay. Yeah. That's a
Film.
horror one as well.
It's kind of like that.
Some breaking news coming in. President Donald Trump has just dropped a bombshell revelation that Russia and China have guaranteed him they will not sell any more weapons to Iran.
Wow.
So it looks like the IRGC are going to be on its last legs very soon.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Russia's selling weapons to Iran.
Sorry? I mean, am I the only one having problems hearing whoever was trying to talk there?
His microphone is extremely muffled and quiet.
Who was trying to talk? Was it?
I never heard that either.
It's Sean.
Sean, I don't know what's happened to you, but you sound like you're talking to me from the bottom of a bottle.
Yeah, it's completely inaudible.
Zil, come on and tell us what we are confused about. Vegan
said
Equilibrium, I
gravity
gotta
is
mute
fake.
you, mate, because you sound like you're shoveling coal or something. We can't hit. Sorry about that. You'll have to unmute yourself if you want to talk.
I'm going to go into listen mode. Have a good night, and somebody give us a sing song, okay? Or say some lovely poetry.
We'll
I
have
want
to
be
have a
entertained
Finding Gnosis karaoke show, I think.
Yeah.
Baby,
might
come
be
back.
I've done enough entertaining. I want to hear entertainment coming from someone else. So somebody
You
sing
can
a song
blame it
or
all
or
on me.
some poetry.
Let's all sing a
right?
song together.
Some
I
poetry.
look. I'm going to listen. I'm going in the auditorium now.
Good man. Good man. I'll see if I can find a poem I wrote when I was like 23 or something. Let me see if I can get into that. I did write a poem on when I was that age about a man on a train with a furrowed brow, and he had like worry lines along his forehead. And the poem was about guessing what each line stood for, what kind of bad experience each line was demonstrative of. And then I remember at the end of the poem, I said, despite all these lines, these sad songs singing all your woes, there's only one line that I hope you have going forward, one beneath your nose, a smile, something like that. But I'll have to find it. Have you ever written a poem, Andy?
I have. I was much younger when I did, and I sucked at it, and they were probably just like whimsical, jokey poems. I would like to try. When I think of poetry, you just think of things that rhyme, but really, that poetry has nothing to do with rhyming. It's more about like a style of speaking. I'd like to try to give it another go as an adult.
What do you mean by style of speaking? It's not like normal writing.
No, it's kind of like an artistic way of using words to speak in a way that conveys an idea, like to where you would hear something said to you, and you would view it in a way that normally you wouldn't take it because of the artistic style of speaking that you're using.
Here's this poem I wrote when I was 23. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Yes. Thy brazen brow is like a billboard, rare, honest advertising, with humanity's perfect plough marks, each furrow liberalizing. The fearsome struggles that thou have fought in your lifetime, on thy lifetime, the periods for you whence the hidden sun refused to shine. Like an ancient monolith, your carvings each make a silent plea for the sun god to pay a visit and restore life's goodness finally. Which line exhibits your brave struggle with the demon drink? the time when you were a slave to booze and a glasses clink. Which line shows the world those drunken days you wasted, encamped alone in some dark tavern, whilst beer you tasted? I see the track from ear to ear that echoes your love long lost, the deep trench that shows the hurt, the sad and sunken cost. From when you first gazed upon her form, joyous and ecstatic, to when she left you, a broken man, alone and so pathetic. I see the open canyon from the past, the deep open wound, where you did lay your beloved parents early to their tomb. The dreadful despair and due disillusion in God that thou felt, as your up to then defiant faith in life and love did sadly melt. I see the brutal pain that left its evil mark on a young child, beaten by satanic brothers who preached peace yet acted wild. A permanent recording in your flesh of a time long since gone, a time when you were beaten, though thou did nothing wrong. But all these different lines, sad songs, singing all your woes, do not take from the one line that doth lie below your nose, the one that I hope will stay with you more than just a while, the only one that you deserve, my dear old friend, your smile. There you go.
That was awesome.
That's a very old poem. Now, I did toy with poems when I was younger. Then I got back into it here many years later, and I wrote a load of poems here, much darker than that, even. But that one, I like it, but I notice I mix up thou and thy with you and your, which is, I suppose it doesn't really matter, you know, but
Biblical.
yeah, the message is what matters. Okay,
doesn't
so that's my
Shakespeare
poem for Kenny. It wasn't about Kenny, but he did ask me to read a poem.
No one can top that.
Oh, you liked that one, did you?
Yeah.
Nice. You see, thank you, Kenny. Kenny says he enjoyed it. Thank you. Yeah, during that period, I had a Dell Inspiron laptop, and I had a load of poems on it. And of course, that laptop broke and I never got access to them. But that is one of the poems I managed to retrieve on an old email address. But most of them are gone. And there was some that I really liked, unfortunately for me. There was one really Emily Dickinson kind of style where I talked about my own funeral. Obviously, I was quite depressed at the time. And it was like a vision of my own funeral. I know it's a gruesome and horrible subject, but it was actually quite a good poem. If only I could remember it.
So tell us about it.
What, the poem?
Yeah, and your
It
funeral.
was something like, I see them all standing still. I can't remember. It's something about the
All right, well, use your mind now to give it, you know, to think of it.
It was
Like
a bit
what
like
you would have
I heard
said.
a fly buzz when I died, but it was like being aware of your own. The poem was about being aware of your own funeral and the people that are there. And the poem was about whether they meant something to you or whether you mean something to them, whether it was all just for show. And it was about trying to extract the meaning of what was going on, if there was any, and if it meant something good or if it was just nothing. And that was what the poem was about. Maybe I'll try and write it again one day. I do know that I talked about myself as the boy with the unkempt hair because I did have a bit of a bedhead. On purpose, I might add. On purpose. That was my style at one point, you know, the kind of
Were you
bedhead look. Yeah, when I was younger.
Were you like a punk?
Now
like
I'm
that?
a low maintenance guy, Mr. Buzzcut.
That's the only way to be.
Vegan Equilibrium is gone.
R.I.P. You'll be missed.
No, he's not gone like that. Don't say that. He's just.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It means ride. I meant ride in peace because someone said he was riding his bike. Good save, Andy.
Okay.
Who's in the background there? The picture, is it the Buddha?
I think so.
Yeah. I don't know who's to the left though. You see that one with the different faces? Do you know what that is? Is it like a Hindu thing or something? Hello, Kenny. Kenny, are you going to read us a poem now? Kenny is like, you know, some great Scottish poet from olden times. He's keeping up a good Scottish tradition, isn't he? Reading
Kind
poetry.
of.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So before I got to know George Galloway, when I still lived in Edinburgh, I once phoned up his show and told him a Friday the 13th spooky story. And it's actually on YouTube. It's only 3 minutes long. Can I share it?
Yeah, yeah.
But do you know what? The thing about this story is actually true. The only thing that isn't true about it is it never happened on Friday the 13th. But I made out that it did as an excuse to show it, to make the call.
Okay, cool. And did it happen to you, or is it something you heard happens to someone else?
Happened to kind of me and my uncle Stephen and my mum at the same time, you know. You'll see what I mean when.
Cool.
Right. Let me get the YouTube history up. Here we are. And now I'm just going to click on the share screen. Okay, let me know when it's up.
Now.
It's on the screen?
Yes.
We're also talking about superstitions, and Kenny in Edinburgh has been waiting to tell us about his spooky Friday the 13th story. Kenny, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hello, Joe.
Hi.
How are you?
Very good. I'm all ears for your story.
Okay. Well, personally, I'm not superstitious, but this thing that happened on Friday the 13th, about 8 years ago, I'll tell yourself and your listeners, and you can make your mind up what you think it. Okay.
Okay. We should be playing a bed of music under this, I think.
Right.
Go on. No, go on.
This is a story of a dead man with a bleeding head who looks from the knees down. Now, I'd fallen asleep on my mum's sofa after watching some TV program. I can't remember which TV program it was. And my mum went upstairs to bed, and the cat's sitting on the couch opposite me. And I'm sort of dozing off. The telly's still on, and I was too lazy to get up to turn the telly off. And I'd fallen asleep. And a couple of hours later, about 3 o'clock in the morning, on the morning of Friday the 13th, I was awoken by the doorbell ringing. I thought it was maybe just part of a dream, so I just ignored it. But then I heard my mum coming down the stairs. And she
I knew that was a hoax. I just knew that it had to be a hoax. Will we let him speak on? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, Kenny.
Yo.
Go on, son.
It's a true story.
You just laughing. That's what put a question mark on it.
Right, well, listen.
I'm listening.
And when she opened the door, a man walked in, and it was my Uncle Stephen, in just his t-shirt, wide fronts, and a pair of socks. He was the man, and my mum tell him where his trousers are. Where's my trousers? Where's my trousers? Mum says, okay, I don't know where your bloody trousers are. Kenneth, have you seen your Uncle Stephen's trousers? I went, no, but I'll go up the stair and get a pair of my deceased father's trousers, which were too small for him. So I came back down, and I said, here, put them on. And he grabbed them out of my hand and tried to put them, he said, these will bloody do. So he stood on the path in front of the door. But because the trousers were too small for him and too tight, he started hopping on one leg as he tried to get both legs into the pair of trousers. He fell backwards and banged his head off the doorstep. And then he went out the gate. And because the trousers were too tight, both his thighs were stuck together. So he had to walk down the street from the knees down and with a bleeding head. There you are.
Well, that's a remarkable story. It's one of the worst Friday the 13th stories I've ever heard, but it entertained us, for which I'm grateful.
Yeah. I hope he was all right, awesome. Kenny, after that, was he?
What's that?
He was all right, though, was he? He didn't perish from it or anything. He said he walked away with a bleeding head. He was all right.
No, wow. I asked my Uncle Stephen what had happened the next time I seen him. He said he thinks he was sleepwalking.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
You told the story very well.
Thank you.
Sleepwalking is quite scary. I remember I used to live in this house, and somebody from the house across the road sleepwalk into our kitchen. And they it was legitimate. Like, obviously, when you hear that, you think, "What the fuck? Are they trying to burgle us?" But no, they had a history of doing it on the street, and it was their thing. Yeah, sleepwalking, quite a scary thing to experience. I'm sure they do say never wake someone up from their sleepwalking. Rather, kind of try and gently guide them back to their room. And that's it.
I don't know if he was sleepwalking because he sounded very articulate and compos mentis, just very bewildered and in another world. My mum thought maybe somebody spiked his drink.
Maybe. That's true. That's a possibility. Yeah. That's a possibility.
Anyway, I'm going back into listening.
They do say, though, Kenny, if you drink enough, you have a blackout and you can't remember it the next day. Maybe he was in that mode of having a blackout. I don't know if anybody here has ever had a blackout. I've had it twice when I was younger. It's when you drink such an amount that there is a period of the night that you forget.
Yeah, I have.
It's happened twice in my life. Once I was at work and we were in a hotel to bed. I remember the next day how I got from the bar to my bed, and
you're roboting, D&W. I think you're losing connection.
Yeah. Just saying, I couldn't remember hotel bed the next. How it could, and yeah, something similar happened when I was young, and I drank a whole load of vodka. I didn't know how I got from lying in the front garden in the recovery position on my lawn to bed. I woke up in bed the next day. I still don't know how I made it up there, but I did. But some people, that's not that bad. Some people go for have blackouts when they're out on town, and there's whole hours that go missing where they have been out in town. That's never happened to me. But yeah, I wasn't.
It happened to me when I was 15 years old at a Memorial Day. Memorial Day is a holiday in the United States. I was at a party with my dad and his wife, and there was a bunch of people there that I didn't know. The only people I knew there was my dad and his wife. And he let me drink beer, but he said that I couldn't drink his liquor. So while he wasn't looking, I kept taking shots of his liquor, like to be a badass or whatever. And I just did it over and over and over, and I blacked out. I woke up. It was like noon, by the way, when I started drinking his liquor. I blacked out. When I woke up, it was dark outside. I was laying on my back in the middle of a field of tall grass, and there was like 50 people all standing in a circle around me laughing. And I was projectile puking straight up into the air and back down onto my own face.
Wow.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and then
You
I
could have
then
done
I
That
fist
was
I
that was
fist
pretty
fought my
brutal.
dad also. I
That, but
tried to fist
that
fight
didn't
my
that
dad.
didn't that didn't stop you from years of you know, partying and you know, it
Nope.
didn't teach you anything, did it?
No.
Okay, Grim. Welcome, brother. Great to see you here. A long time since we had Grim here. Grim McGrimmin. Do come on, Grim. We welcome you back. Do come on. It would be good to have you on the show. Link is
You
pinned
know,
in the live chat.
I was also going to
Nibbles
say that
says
as a
she was wasted in Vauxhall and blacked out in a store. Are you sure, Nibbles? Are you sure about that story, Nibbles? I thought Nibbles was a female. I didn't know females frequented saunas in Vauxhall.
some
I thought that was
females
just
get
a gay
down.
thing, a gay man thing. Sorry?
I said some females might want to go and
Maybe
do
she got
naughty things.
drunk. She went in there.
True.
That would have been scary for her. Maybe she was better off being drunk.
Dude, I bet you back in the day, people were getting drunk way more. Like in the medieval times, Greek times. What do you mean?
I don't know.
There's probably more alcoholics back in the medieval times. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know, Sean. Maybe not. Maybe they were all dead. Maybe there are more now because even the alcoholics get to live longer.
And I don't see many long-living alcoholics, famous ones.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh yeah. He was what, 72?
Yeah,
It
I think
depends
he
what
quit-
you
he
call
quit drinking early.
alcoholism. It depends what you call alcoholism.
Yeah, that is a gray area.
Some people say it's like the absolute physical dependency. Others say it's when you're abusing alcohol. But I think there is a difference. I think you can abuse alcohol, but there is a difference between that and being physically dependent on it to the point where if you don't drink, you can die. I mean,
I had a drinking problem, as you know, and I had to go to Alcoholics Anonymous as ordered by the court. And in Alcoholics Anonymous, they told me that you're considered an alcoholic if you routinely get drunk once a year at a holiday. I was like, that's bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah. No.
I mean, it might be you're an alcoholic if you do that, having had a prior problem with alcohol, because getting drunk at a wedding after being sober 10 years, having been an alcoholic, is an indicator that you are still an alcoholic. You couldn't say no, and you're risking going back to dark days if you continue.
Yeah. I personally think it has to do with your inability to say no.
Well, I think there's multiple reasons for it. I think some of it is cultural. Some people just grow up in, community, societies, layers of society where drinking is norm, and that's how people socialize, and it just becomes a habit. And then from the habit, it becomes problematic because their body gets used to it, and they can't even think their way out of it because they don't know anything else. It's literally how they socialize, It's just something they were taught by the kind of habitual nature of the community they were in.
That was me.
That was me as well for a while. I mean, I used to drink. I gave up when I was 25. I was never physically dependent on it, but the reason I gave up is because I didn't like the hangovers. I used to be able to drink like a fish and drink anyone under the table, but then the reason I wanted to give up was because of the hangovers. But the reason I gave up is because I got into a fight with a few bouncers. And I told the story here before. I ended up beating 2 bouncers up because they attacked me first. And I got scared shitless after that because I was a kind of happy-go-lucky drunk. You see those guys in the movies, they're just happy drunks, I was like that. And, being a happy drunk isn't a recipe for safety, you know, in London, for example. There's always someone who's out to fucking there used to be always someone out to fucking do you in, you know, no matter how happy you were or how mannerly or charming you were. Somebody wanted to punch your fucking head in. So I decided to get sober, stay sober, so that I could be in control of myself and situations. But the added benefit was that it dealt with my brutal hangovers that I was getting, and I wanted to stop for that reason. It's just that fight that night. Yeah, I realized, like, if I had been a little bit drunker, I was fucked that night. You know, it was a horrible story. It was a very traumatic story because those bouncers were gonna fucking do horrible things to me. They were very strange dudes, and luckily I got away. And I knocked one out, and the other one I don't know if he's ever had kids because I fucking whacked him in the nuts. So with my elbow, because he was dragging me down this corridor from behind. So he had his arm around my neck and pulling me back, and then there's this other guy in front, like following me with his hands up. So I did this crazy maneuver where I brought my elbow back and elbowed him in the nuts because he's a really tall, massive geezer. And then in the same movement, I rebounded and uppercut the guy that was in front of me and knocked him to the ground. So the guy that was holding me let go because I got him busted him in the nuts, and the other guy was on the ground. And then I just stamped on him and ran out of the nightclub. I stamped on him as I was going out, but then as I was getting out of the nightclub, the guy whose nuts I had bashed in shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" And the bouncer at the door grabbed my T-shirt just as I was getting out of the nightclub. But because of my forward momentum, I managed to get away. But he ripped my T-shirt, and my T-shirt was all ripped off as I was coming out of the club. But I got away. And then they were trying to get me to go back in to get my jacket. Like, fuck, I was going back in. You know what I mean? Because they wanted to fucking bash me up. But yeah, I got away, and I had nervous shock afterwards. I guarantee you that. But it just because I did nothing wrong, you know, it was completely for nothing, you know, just some big fuck off geezers took a dislike to me for no good reason, you know. Emily, welcome. Good to see you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, earlier you mentioned poems, and it's so funny because I have poems here. I have one about leaving a cult. It's kind of miserable though. But it's also kind of beautiful. I thought yours was beautiful. Then the vibe kind of flipped to being more funny. So I don't know if anybody wants to hear this now. So
hold on a second. Emily, did you write this poem?
Yes.
Lovely. When did you write it?
I wrote this back in 2019, actually. But I got to find it.
Do you know what?
I clicked off.
You know, poetry is beautiful. I remember when I was a teenager and I started learning about, you know, how they wrote poems, you know, sonnets and, you know, just the rhyming scheme and the amount of syllables you'd have in each line. I used to write some nice ones as a teenager because I thought the craft was beautiful, you know. Yeah. I have written a lot of poems since on this channel. I've put them in the community post, but they've been kind of more like free verse and just not structured in the same way. I like that as well, but definitely the old craft of poetry, you know, where it was rigid and there was an expectation. It had to be this amount of syllables. You know, these kind of rhyming couplets appear here and not there. I mean, it's it's such a beautiful craft, you know.
It really is. It's going to be a lost
like songwriting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is it a bit like songwriting? I've tried
there is something to that. Yeah. Go ahead, Emily. What's the name of the poem? Do you have a name for it?
I don't have a name for it. It's just something
I didn't have a name for that one either, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Emily.
But I made an email address back then out of the term authentic selfie, just because people were taking selfies back then all the time. It's kind of when that got started. And I thought about my authentic self a lot because of wanting to leave this high pressure control group. So that was what that was about. But so I guess you could call it that. But it says, you hold your mind like a lantern in a room that keeps dimming the bulbs. They tell you to shrink into slogans and trade your edges for comfort of their approval, which they give in unison as they pose for a group photo. But you take an authentic selfie, not of your face, but of the part of you they fear, the unfiltered thoughts and the questions that are asked not from a kneeling position. Their doctrine is like a hallway with mirrors that don't reflect you. They are slightly tilted to erase you into a well-lit disappearance that you barely notice until you've walked a long way down the hallway, but you can always turn around. Ta-da!
Wow. I really like that. Yeah.
I did too.
So you can always turn around. Yeah.
My audio went out. Cannot hear you.
Wait, Emily,
can
what was
always-
it called?
You can always turn around.
Now I can hear you. I didn't hear the first thing you said because my speakers are wonky.
No, I said I really like that. It was short but sweet. Would you like to read it again though? Because I think I need to hear it again, Emily, for effect.
Okay.
Just take it in properly. Sorry.
Okay. You hold your mind like a lantern in a room that keeps dimming the bulbs. They tell you to shrink into slogans and trade your edges for the comfort of their approval, which they give in unison as they pose for a group photo. But you take an authentic selfie, not of your face, but of the part of you they fear, the unfiltered thoughts, and the questions that are not asked from a kneeling position. Their doctrine is like a hallway with mirrors that don't reflect you. They are slightly tilted to erase you into a well-lit disappearance that you barely notice until you've walked a long way down the hallway, but you can always turn around. And I got that part off of a bumper sticker, so that's kind of me plagiarizing.
Nice.
That said,
Nice.
Turkish proverb, no matter how long you've gone down the road, you can always turn around. So I kind of was thinking of that at the time.
Wunderbar. Yes, you can always turn around. It's always good to remember that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that you have that opportunity, guys. And you don't have to do something, you know?
You don't.
You don't have to. Sometimes it's in your interest to do it, though, but you don't have to do something. So don't feel pressure. Try to listen to yourself more.
Emily, were you in a cult or religion that was pretty bad?
I was in a high pressure control group. The only reason, one of the things I've been going to do back when I started my channel, Personhood Over Dogma, was that type of activism on that kind of stuff. I had to kind of scale it back when I got into doing this case that I'm working on because it's identifying if I talk about the group and all that kind of stuff. So I now kind of do that covertly with a friend a little bit. But yeah, someday in the future, I'll talk more in detail about that. But that's my whole thing is, you know, there's a lady that has a really cool channel called Cults Over Consciousness. And she talks to all kinds of people that were in different kinds of groups because high pressure control group could be your job. It could be a political party. It could be a religion. It could be all kinds of things. So, yep.
Very nice, Emily. I think we should do more of that. People bringing their art, bringing in their poetry, maybe a story or something they've written.
Yeah.
That would be fun and interesting and maybe enlightening. Vital Vicar, welcome. By the way, Vital Vicar it has a great singing voice. You know, Kenny has one. Vital Vicar also has a good singing voice. I've heard him singing before. I don't know if he'll ever do a number for us here, but anyway, welcome, Vital Vicar. What would you like to say today to help us move towards Gnosis or possibly move towards it?
Well, I first want to say thank you. That's such beautiful words. I was actually thinking about joining the choir at church, learning some Gregorian chant. I'm just here to say hello, to take part in a little conversation, to say I love you guys. I'm happy to be here, happy to see your faces another day on this planet. And I don't even know what we're talking about. I just hopped on.
That's cool. Okay. Welcome. Join in. Feel free to interject as and when you feel like it. People were reading poems they've written before Vital. That came up. We were talking about gruesome executions. We listened to how William Wallace was executed, and we spoke of some other ones such as the Brazen Bull in ancient Greece and Rome.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
the Persians like that one too. Did you talk about the Persian? Did you talk about the Persian boats?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know what the escapism or something. Is that the one where they put them in and they coat them in honey and leave them floating on the surface of the lake? And yes, you know about that. Yeah, brutal.
Well, it's all just great examples of how us human beings can pervert, distort, and destroy the beautiful Garden of Eden that we've been placed into.
And this came up in conversation. We like to think that we've moved beyond such things, but I do sometimes think, thank God for civilization, because if there was a collapse in the global industrial civilization, fuck knows what could happen. And it is already happening out there in parts of the world, but obviously it could happen more frequently and in our own neck of the woods, which is worrying. I mean, we haven't eradicated that side of human nature. It's still there, that potentiality, and that
No,
is
but
terrifying.
now you can use an AI learning model to Google 40 best torture methods while you're torturing somebody. And you'd
I
be like,
mean,
oh shit, I didn't even think about that.
You say that in jest, but you know, like there literally have been people already, haven't there, murdered because AI told the person how to do it. You know, I
Oh
think that
yeah.
has been the thing.
There,
Yeah.
and if you include drones and warfare, I mean, AI is responsible for the deaths of millions of people so far.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what's going on. AI is the primary weapon that they're using in the war in Ukraine and Russia. And that's why there's no progress back and forth. They're entrenched because basically the front line is just small batches of like 3 to 6 guys patrolling and then just getting like murked by drones. Like, have you seen any of this drone footage from Ukraine and Russia where dudes are
Yes.
just like
I
huddled
have.
in a
Horrible.
trench and a drone just comes in and like flies up their ass and
Yeah.
explodes
And
and
there's no
blows
hope.
their legs off?
There's no
Yeah,
hope
there's
for the
no
poor
hope.
guys.
No.
Because back in the day, you used to be able to wave a white flag and wave a white flag, and you know that they'd come and take you in as a prisoner of war. Now there's nobody to take you in, so they have to
Right.
kill you.
Yep. It's so brutal. And
It is brutal.
you know, I was watching Terminator. I had a little night to myself because sometimes the crunchy moms go camping with the kids all together, probably to talk shit about us crunchy husbands. But a couple weeks ago, I had a night where I just had it all to myself, and I watched Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 back to back. Which, look, especially Terminator 2, just one of the most brilliant films that's ever been made. It is so much more than just an action movie. It has so much to say, especially now about the times that we're in with all this artificial intelligence. And
Yeah.
you know, I was watching it from an Orthodox Christian perspective because that's what I do with everything now, because I'm studying the Orthodox Christian Church, and I was um, interpreting the Sarah Connor storyline as asceticism, which is the exercise of the soul. Like, Sarah Connor in the first movie is this happy-go-lucky waitress living with her friends in LA. Everything just partying, having a good time, and all of a sudden this fucking robot from the future is chasing her to kill her because apparently she's going to have the savior of the human race.
Mm.
But by the second movie, she's an absolute psychopath. She's like off the rails. She's, you know, in a mental institution for trying to bomb a computer factory, and she's got all this military training that she's given to her son and everything. And so this sort of Christian idea that you have to die to become the best version of yourself um, is played out through the character of Sarah Connor, because that happy-go-lucky waitress, even though the Terminator doesn't kill her with a gun, he kills her with the knowledge that what's going to happen in the future is going to happen in the future. And so
Right.
that happy-go-lucky Sarah dies and is replaced with this badass Messiah type Sarah. And so that's one thing. And then also just, and I wish Objective Ethics could come on and talk about it, but I was thinking about personhood, because one of the other character arcs in the story is the T-800, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He learns throughout the movie what it means to be a person. He not only learns what it means to be a person, but he also realizes he can never be one. And he learns that through the child, John Connor, and his relationship almost as a father to him. And um, the T-800, like he keeps asking John Connor why humans cry.
So it's
And
almost
people,
like an evolution of the Pinocchio story, but with an adult, you know,
perhaps, yeah.
figurine. Yeah.
But people point out as a plot hole that the Terminator keeps asking John Connor why human beings cry, because even the Terminator states that he's got extensive files on human beings' anatomy. But he's not asking how human beings cry. He understands how human beings cry. He's asking John why we cry. And he doesn't understand. He can't get it. And then at the end of the movie, he finally gets it. He says to John, I now know why you cry, but it's something I can never do. And he understands that crying, like, it's not because you got hit in the leg and it hurts. It's because your heart cares about the future of some other thing. And that
Yeah.
care is love. And so the Terminator understands the foundation of what love is. I care about John. I care about Sarah. And by extension, I care about humanity, up to the point where I have to destroy myself to save them. And there's a bunch of kids running around the neighborhood. And so, he sort of understands personhood at that moment, but then understands that he can never actually achieve it. Because even though the knowledge of love does not actually grant you the ability to love. So anyway, I've been thinking about a lot of that kind of stuff.
Terminators, robots don't have souls, but they might have consciousness in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Emily, you were talking about selfies earlier. That reminded us, I made this a few years back. And it's basically, I was kind of looking with disgust at the kind of the selfie world we live in and photographs in general and what they mean. But here you go.
Humans have come a long way from the solemn expression.
Oh, can you hear that?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
In the older photos of yore. Back then.
Oh no.
Real life problems.
Yeah. Oh, well. 1 second now. Here
Humans have come a long way
close all
from the
this shit
solemn expressions in the older photos of yore. Back then, getting your photo taken was a rare and deemed important occasion, often reserved for special events such as weddings. People didn't know what to expect from this new technology, and as a result, their expressions were often blank or unreadable. They sat patiently and with a stoic presentation emblematic of their conditioning by the difficult marriage of their harsh realities and the copes of religion and philosophical thought which they utilized in order to plow onwards to what they hoped would be better times. But as time went on and cameras became more commonplace, people's expressions began to change and we began to wonder whether better times would come. Photographic portraits went from stoic and serious to pouting and smiling ridiculously with yeast-infected tongues hanging out, as if to say, "Look at me. I'm a ridiculous narcissist and I do not care." As cameras became more advanced and accessible, it became easier and easier to take photos. The specialness of getting one's photo taken was lost, and in effect, the nothingness at the core of our being was enlarged with each peering into the nothingness at the core of the cameras around us. With every photograph, we come closer and closer to the truth that we are a ridiculous nothingness. And as we become more and more saturated with photos of ourselves and each other, they have lost all meaning.
It's like an onion skit.
It's not working. I'm sorry.
Onion skit.
I'll stop it. Sorry about that. Ignore that segment. It just didn't work.
That was a bizarre time in history, though. The whole, the duck face selfies and all of it. It was just so weird to start seeing people do these things.
Yeah, like just yeah, the whole selfie phenomenon. It has been strange, hasn't it? What do you think it's done to humanity? This the proliferation of self-taken photographs and
I mean, used to
yeah.
it would be, obviously, like the other day I saw a small female goldfinch on the bird feeder, and first thing I thought was I need to get a picture of that, and so I can show so and so on Facebook or whatever. And then my phone was full, and then I thought, I'm glad my phone is full. Now I can just look at the bird and enjoy it like a normal human being. So yeah, I think it's made us do a little too much of that.
Mm. Mm.
Dude, it's funny because I rarely take pictures and selfies. I'm kind of strange that way.
Me too. I might have taken 5 in my entire life.
Oh, well, I'm equating it to like pictures of things too, where we don't just enjoy the experience, because I wasn't even taking a selfie. I don't take those very much either. But, like I've
Yeah.
got to plaster this somewhere and show so and so instead of whoever's here with me having this experience. That's the experience,
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting when you go to on holiday and you go to places of natural, outstanding beauty, and there's people there like literally walking along, videoing it on their phone. And if you watch them long enough, you see they're not just doing it for a few seconds; they're doing it relentlessly. They're literally looking at their surrounds through the camera on their phone.
Oh man, they might as well watch a video of it from someone else at that point. Hello, Dominic.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Hello,
How was your cruise?
I was about to ask. Yeah.
It was good.
Awesome.
Yeah. I saw an ice glacier, and that was probably the most unique natural sight that I saw. Yeah.
That's cool, though. I've never seen a glacier.
Yeah, it was cool. There was a lot of ice shards in the water.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you see any animals? So yeah, that's cool.
I only saw a couple whales and an eagle.
Was it a bald eagle?
I assume so. Yeah,
Did you know that the bald eagle does not make the trademark sound that it is presented in American media as making, that screeching, swooping hawk type sound? And
They use
the eagle actually makes
it's a red-tailed hawk.
Yeah, the eagle makes kind of like a pussy little bird sound. So just like everything in America, it's just bombast and fakery.
They kind of sound like a seagull. We have a lot of bald eagles where I'm at. We did like a resurgence thing with their population, and now they're everywhere. So we see them constantly.
Well, Ben Franklin didn't want the eagle to become the national bird because he said it was like a disgusting scavenger that was an opportunist, and it didn't embody the principles that America was set to embody. He wanted it to become the turkey because the turkey is resilient and sort of like a, you know what I mean? The turkey is like a straightforward, humble bird. And of course, Ben Franklin was correct about the potential of America, but wrong about how it would actually become. The eagle is perfect because America is a scavenger.
We could have chosen the golden eagle. They're really proficient hunters, at least.
Well, unfortunately, we chose venture capital is what we chose. So.
Yep.
Thank you, Emily. Take care, darling. Nice to have you with us.
See ya, Emily. That was a good poem, to be fair, that Emily gave. It was really short, but I liked it.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I'd like to hear more of her work.
Right, guys, I'll let you go, okay? Nice talking to you.
Take care, Sean. Jinx.
Well, I have to do a couple of chores, so I'll leave it with you guys and see what you guys get up to.
Uh-oh. Good luck with your chores, I mean. I don't know what to say. I'm never good at this.
Did you guys watch my philosophical presentation?
No, do you have a channel?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. Can you link your channel?
I don't watch people masturbate now.
I will if the mood is striking me right.
Get a lot of that on my channel.
Well, this morning, I hate to be the prude here, but at men's group at church, we were talking about asceticism and how sort of control of the soul, exercise of the soul, is how we get closer to what we would call, what I would say is God, what maybe you guys would say is the universe or whatever. But there seems to be a pattern in this world that the more you indulge in the sort of thrills of the flesh, the materialism, the overabundance, the more you kind of delve into depression, the more your soul dies. And that somehow it seems to be that in this reality that the path towards God or enlightenment or whatever you want to call it, oneness, comes through self-sacrifice, discipline, struggle. What do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts on that?
Although I'm an atheist, I completely agree with the concept of materialism completely ruining your value of life, causes you to not care about anything. You think about you obsess over material and physical and earthly things, and it gives you the exact opposite effect of what you were hoping for.
In my framework, I merge God with physics using the topological unified field theory written by Jenny Lorraine Nielsen, who is a PhD at Kansas. And she uses topology to explain existence. I'm not sure what happened to Andy. But I merge this with the topological metaphor.
What's topology? Can you explain what that is? Explain topology.
Topology is just basically studying spaces and how they relate to each other in a shared world or universe. It's really all it is.
And someone's using that to explain the existence of God or the absence of God.
Well, there's no God at all. There's no God mentioned. It's just pure mathematical physics, with topological unified field theory.
All right. Well, what's your theory on? What's your opinion on the idea that entropy, second law of thermodynamics, actually points to some sort of creator?
Entropy doesn't poison the. I mean, entropy serves its purpose basically so that something happens and it's happening in a particular way, and then this uses energy that essentially can't be it can be replenished, but it has to go through a type of process in order, because there is no heat death as far as I can tell. The universe is constantly recycling entropy through black holes, which create a hyperdense point they call the singularity, that basically takes all the geometric laws, like you were just explaining, thermodynamics, but also the weak and strong nuclear forces and gravity and electromagnetism, and condenses them all to one point, so that when entropy comes into it, it's essentially filtered and then redistributed eventually back into the universe through or as fresh data that's no longer entropy.
Do you think that entropy existing in a universal fashion kind of implies that the universe has an end? Because entropy only applies to a closed system.
No, like I just said, the entropy is filtered.
What do you mean by
What does
that?
that mean? The entropy is filtered.
When you, well, okay, well, we have to understand that the universe is not all there is, first of all. The universe, according to the topological unified field theory, is a projected space that comes from total space. So in total space, you have what you could imagine something like a large ball of clay or like a yarn ball or something. And this yarn wraps around itself, creating shells that form the totality of space. And you go through S1, and S1 is essentially a fiber bundle that is electromagnetism that comes together to form or make the totality of existence. I don't really think one precedes the other, but once you get all of these fiber bundles together, you're going to go through a nested shell hierarchy, which will be S3, S5, S7, and then eventually S9. And then, so S3 and S5 are the weak and strong nuclear forces, which are formed from interlocking fibers of electromagnetism. And then S7 is some sort of gravity force, which is formed again through the interlocking weaving of the S1 fibers. And then you get to S9, which is just literally all of space, all of it in its totality. And what this looks like is basically everything is happening at once within total space. If you can think of the Egyptian nun, it's basically a sea of endless potential. And what I mean by everything happening at once, so you can imagine a number line, and on one side you look on the number line, you have an infinite set of positive numbers that goes up to whatever. And then on the other side, you have an infinite set of negative numbers, which goes up to whatever. So total space is what happens when you take these two sets of infinite numbers and combine them and get zero. So it's basically everything happening at once in a way that is in perfect equilibrium and stillness. And then from here, you get what's called CP4, which is a four-dimensional manifold made up of length, width, height, and time. And then this makes what she calls projected space, which is basically you take from S9, you reduce it in potential down to a singular experience happening at once instead of everything happening at once. And this is existence. And it pretty much perfectly aligns with all the ancient myths and biblical lore and all this. Pretty much every description of heaven.
Set scales, brother. So you're saying everything happens at once, time is an illusion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, time is happening in manifested space, but in total space, there is no time. It's just one in continuous moment now and forever with no beginning or end.
And you say entropy is... It sounds to me like you're saying entropy is a kind of localized phenomenon, and these black holes are birthing are turning entropy into like new existence in other universes. Is that kind of what you're saying?
I mean, they could be doing it in other universes, but I'm pretty sure they're doing it in our universe.
They're spewing it out here, are they?
No,
Wouldn't we see that?
They take in. They don't spew out. They take.
So if they're taking in, what's the output though? Scales.
Because there will be a point when the information within the black hole gets so dense that it will essentially just expand all at once.
Oh, so it's all. I see what you're saying. So it will be a big bang. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't think it'll make a whole new universe, but it'll put a whole bunch of new information.
Well, it will make. It will have the effect of creating something localized that will expand. But Set I mean, look, wouldn't we have evidence of that in the current cosmos? I mean, if that was true, has it not been established that everything is moving from one central point, and there isn't this system where there are things moving from here, there, and everywhere due to black holes having done what you're theorizing? Because if what you're saying is true, then we would be witnessing shifts in the universe going in different directions, wouldn't we?
You mean like the way certain planets spin in another direction?
No, because that's to do with gravitational pull. I'm talking about the actual way the universe expands. Would we not have if what you're saying is true, would we not be witnessing parts of the universe going against the direction it's currently expanding?
So I think
do you know what I mean? We'd have a mishmash of things going here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, I think I see what's going on is that the universe is like an order of operations, okay? And some things cannot affect other things. So you have, if we look at the topological metaphor, it describes this existence as the primordial, which is total space, what I just described. And then you have the geometrics, and the geometrics are things like the laws of thermodynamics, the strong and weak nuclear force, the gravitational force. You could even say things like the laws of logic apply here within the geometrics. So, and then from here, you get the particles, which are the things that take form within the geometrics. So these are the black holes. These are the planets. These are the people. These are anything that we can see that is basically a particle. So the particles cannot override the geometrics, which is why the universe is so constant. No matter how strong the black hole is, it can't override all of the laws of thermodynamics or whatever. All it can do is take them down and condense them to a singular point they call the singularity.
Have you looked at some of the other findings they've found, such as rather than slowing down, the expansion of the universe is speeding up at the outer frontiers? Why is that happening under your model?
Well, there'd be a couple reasons. Number one is because we keep putting our attention there. And
we also keep putting we've put the most attention at the center. So would that not cause that to speed up as well? I mean, what do you mean our attention?
Well, we keep looking for all these stars and all these things beyond the observable universe. So the universe will supply our demand of what we want to see, because ultimately all of the universe is some form of a perception in one way or another. And all these things that we think
I
we're
mean,
looking
it's
at
like the whole "did the bear shit in the
stuff.
woods" if you didn't see it happening. I mean, set scales. I mean, is that not a little bit kind of narcissistic for you to think that this shit isn't happening, and it only happens because we see it or we observe it? I mean, do you not think it was all happening before humans came into being?
Well, yeah, it is.
Are you saying what is this consciousness that is so important? Where does it come from? And why wasn't it? If we are fundamental to it at the moment, what was going on before we existed?
Well, there was never a moment when we did not exist.
And the further question from that set scales is: has it really changed that much, considering we exist now? I mean, has the universe really changed at all? Probably not. I mean, if you said time is an illusion, it hasn't changed at all because everything has already happened, is happening, and will happening all in one big mishmash. So our consciousness probably has nothing to do with it because clearly it was before, it is now, and ever will be in this big block.
The difference.
What the hell have we got to do with it?
The difference between this place and the big block is that here only one thing happens at a time. And so this is where meaning comes from. Because when you have everything happening at once, it's as if nothing's happening at all. But here, now we can actually take the potential that exists and force it down a particular path based off of the choices of the perceptions of each conscious being within existence, or the universe, I should say, which is everything. So also you were asking, I think something about maybe where the spirit comes from in all of this. Well, within the unified topological unified field theory, they describe something called the Hopf vibration. And what the Hopf vibration does is, before total space decides to project itself into manifested space, the Hopf vibration goes into manifested space and maps everything that will happen. It maps the territory of existence. And the way it does this is basically the universe, or our universe, could have happened in any number certain of ways, and the Hopf vibration has mapped and calculated every single one of these ways. So like you could have lived your life, or we could have lived our life any number of ways. The Hopf vibration knows every single way that you will or could live your life. It's described as a mathematical constant, which basically lights or maps the area so that we, the S1 fibers, can move through it from total space.
So you base a lot of this, you've said, on this topological unified field theory.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing is that pretty much everything that I described, I already thought all this, except I didn't put it in mathematical language, but this does put it in mathematical language.
That's a very kind of new idea, isn't it? And they're still working on it. What sold it to you? What was it about the topological unified field theory that you thought, wow, this really is it? This makes sense.
It perfectly aligns with the topological metaphor, and it mathematically accounts for God, which is the Hopf vibration. The Hopf vibration is pretty much how I have always pictured God would be. And it accounts for natural law through what it calls the Beltrami operator. So what
book or paper would you say people should read if they want to get a deeper analysis of this topological unified field theory? Because it does sound interesting.
I can post it, but I would suggest that you probably you listen to her talk in some talks of hers. She has a couple. and use an AI.
She worked with Deepak Chopra, you know, the self-help guru, Jenny Nielsen, the lady who came up with this.
Yes. That's what she has access to, and being in the mainstream academia.
Hello, Andy. Yeah. Oh dear, Deepak Chopra. He's been in a bit of hot water lately, actually. Funnily enough. Yeah, that's a death knell. Yeah, he has been in hot water, but we'll try not to tarnish her reputation with that. I mean, maybe. Look, I suppose anybody who gets involved with a self-help guru has to be, questionable to say the least. But I mean, why would a physicist do that?
It's because her framework is it's talking about real spiritual stuff.
So basically, this is, you would say, overwhelmingly, this is a spiritual theory, is it? It's got a lot of spirituality in it, or are you just drawing those conclusions
it's
from
all
it?
math.
Yeah,
it's all math.
But it doesn't mention God, does it? It doesn't mention spirituality, but you draw that from it. You interpret it. You interpret it as meaning God or meaning spirituality in parts.
I mean,
can you tell me why you think? What was the name of the energy that you equated as being God? What was it? You something? What was it?
And under this framework, they call it the hot vibration.
The hot vibration. Is that what you said?
HOPF.
Hof. Okay. Would you like to explain to us what the Hof vibration is?
I did. It's the mapping force. It's the map.
It's the mapping force.
Yes.
So are you saying that's the field upon which everything exists?
In manifested space, yes. And I would suppose even in total space, yeah, as well.
Have you seen any evidence of direction that's you say it's representative of God, but have you seen examples of kind of this logic and this reasoning that you talk about? Where is that apparent?
Well, like I said, we can also come to understand the topological metaphor, which is made up, or I should say discovered, that's what he will say, by a guy named Joseph P. Farrell, who is another great scholar, I think. He also has a PhD, except he's just more based in history and philosophy and theology. But the topological metaphor describes a four-phase order of operations to existence that I think is absolutely, I think it correctly identifies the nature of existence about as much as a human being can.
But is it everything? I mean, I'm looking at it here. They talk about 9-dimensional space-time. I mean,
yes.
Do you think we can truly explain everything? Do you not think there could be other dimensions that it could keep going on and on and on, and you may not be able to? It's only hubris to say that you can get to the bottom of it. What you're saying could be a small part of something bigger, and it may. Do you know what I mean? It may be just hubris to say that this is God, this bit is God. It may just be a smaller part of something bigger. It may just keep going on and on.
Well, I think that the hop vibration pretty much as math can describes God and its function. But Jenny Lorraine Nielsen.
What does God mean to you, Scales? I suppose that's the most important question.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that in a minute. But I just want to say one thing that Nielsen herself has said that the only reason she stops at S9 is because anything beyond that is unfalsifiable and not measurable by science. So
yes, I understand that. I understand that. But I mean, it does. I think it does beg the question that they're like the fact that you have to stop there means you can't for sure know what's going on beyond that, you know, and that could be where the answers lie. It could be unreachable. But for you to call this bit God, when you can't go beyond, you know, this observable bit or theoretical bit, you know, the bit that you can theorize, just because you can't think beyond that doesn't mean there isn't something greater beyond that that has more of an effect, a greater effect on matters. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, there's absolutely stuff beyond this, but this is what we have.
But so I'm just saying it's a stretch then for you to call something God.
It's
when there may be other forces, there may be a greater force beyond this that you can't even theorize. You couldn't even begin to theorize because, again, it's so far beyond our ability to comprehend. That's what I'm getting at.
There's no reason to think that the hop vibration would not be in other dimensions greater. But the reason that we stop here is because this is what's important to us, and this is what we have to learn right in front of us. And just from what we have right in front of us, I think there's a whole lot to learn and a whole lot of
scales. Set scales, brother. I think it is really interesting stuff. I think it would be interesting to have you do a whole lecture on it. You know, prepared. Bearing in mind we are lay people, so you're gonna have to.
I got it on my channel. You can
and you can come on here and show it and stop it as we ask questions about what you're saying, because it's a lot to take in for people who aren't au fait with physics or, you know, some of the stuff you're talking about, you know. But if it is very important and you feel it would be of benefit to us knowing, then it would be great. It would be great for you to share with us as best you can, you know, whilst remembering most of us are just lay people trying to scratch the surface of what is going on. So it would be great if you could help us.
I'm pretty much a lay person myself. I have one degree, an associate's in psychology. Then that's it.
Okay. Well, look, just bear that in mind. If you want to like show that video you made here, whilst also being open to explaining it maybe a little bit more and answering questions in real time, do hit me up. Would you be interested in that?
Sure, but the video is almost 5 hours.
That's a long time, isn't it? Is there any way we could? Yeah, no. I don't know about we could do it in segments, but is there a way you could segment it meaningfully that would be beneficial for us? So
it is broken up into chapters.
Well, then, and would you say it's? Yeah, would you want to do it that way then? Do you want to break it into segments? Maybe, I don't know, an hour and a half, an hour long, maybe. So that but if we ask you questions, that could like triple or quadruple the time. So maybe hour-long segments, maybe 5 shows. What do you think?
I mean,
we could have a set scales Thursday or something where we kind of try to get to grips with what the hell you're going on about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't want to dismiss you. You're a very interesting person. You put a lot of thought into this. But it's just hard. I'm being honest. It's hard to extract exactly what you mean sometimes because you know what you're talking about, but the rest of us don't. Okay, and you have obviously the benefit of having access to knowledge that you've already read. Okay, but the people you're telling this to haven't. You know, so for you to give a lecture and a talk to people, lay people, you have to, remember that. You're talking to people who perhaps are hearing about these ideas for the first time. They're not experts. And you have to communicate, therefore, with that in mind, which may be frustrating for you. And it may also be that it's the wrong arena for you because you might not want to communicate to people like that. You might want to communicate to people who know as much as you or know more than you. But it's up to you, brother, if you want to do it.
I mean, I personally think my presentation's for everyone.
Okay.
Because I don't consider myself significantly smarter than other people.
Well, it's not about being smarter exactly. It's about having more knowledge, in a specific area. There are many smart people here, maybe smarter than you or me, but they know different things, and they're not experts in the field that you're talking about. So that it's hard for them to envisage what you're saying or challenge you, So it is a difficult spot to be in. So, yeah, that would be interesting. Set scales. Do let me know when you want to do that, and we can arrange it, okay? We can start the ball rolling. Maybe once a week or something if you've got enough time. Kenny is back. And Andy is back. Guys, do unmute yourselves and say whatever it is you want to say.
God's not real.
But it's that, I don't know. It's that force he was on about. What is it called? What was it called again, guys? The Poff or the
joking.
Hoff? The Hoff.
Yeah.
The Hoff. By the way, is David Hasselhoff still alive?
Last time I saw, he was eating a cheeseburger off the bathroom floor.
All right. Okay.
I just came back on and show a really beautiful black and white portrait of myself.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah,
Thank you
especially
very
the
much.
neck. The neck is really beautiful. I feel like I could have sex with it.
That's what happens when you get old, son. You'll be like that when you get to my age.
Yeah, don't mock the effects of aging. Although I say it will happen to you one day. Maybe it won't, because maybe you'll live forever. Maybe
I don't have
there'll
a
be
turkey
some.
neck. I have gray hair in my beard, though.
Yeah, it's coming for you.
Can't wait. I'm gonna be sexy. I'm gonna be sexy as fuck when I'm old. I know that.
That's it. The only problem is you won't be able to get it up, so it won't be any good to you.
Well, no, because
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I forgot to research the effects of not masturbating. You were talking about that potentially causing prostate cancer.
Yeah, well, why don't you look it up now and let us know? Are there any side effects that are dangerous to not masturbating? Okay, Kenny, do you have any questions for Mr. Set Scales, who's developed a theory of everything, it would seem? Is it fair enough to call it that, Set Scales, a theory of everything?
No, because the traditional theory of everything, or a grand unified theory, attempts to limit something to one equation, which is not what topology does at all. Topology shows how all these different equations relate to each other in all these different fields and disciplines.
Okay. One thing, are you doing anything different to Jenny Nielsen then? Have you got, what are you doing different? I suppose you've got the spiritual element, is that it? Although she did try to link up with Deepak. So what are you doing differently, would you say, yourself?
I sync it with the topological metaphor by Joseph P. Farrell. Yeah, I merged the quantitative and qualitative.
Have you moved in circles with people who know about these types of things? Are you involved in any of the forums and communities online where people talk about this topological unified theory? And have you shared your ideas there? How's it gone down?
No, I haven't. I've tried posting to some subreddits, but then it didn't let me because my account was too new, and I just haven't gone back. But I should do that, and I want to break my video down into shorts. I think that might be good.
Yerf Dog says he's reading through your slides on your video. He says you reference gods that appear to have intelligence and agency. He says, what exactly are these gods? It'd be helpful if Yerf could come on here, actually, if he can, obviously. It would be helpful for the conversation because he's good at pointing you and, you know, making, like, sharpening you, you know, asking the right questions. But yeah, what exactly are these gods then? These gods that appear to have intelligence and agency. I think that's what I was trying to ask earlier when I said signs of, you know, what are the signs of these gods? Like I talked about logic and reasoning, but yeah, intelligence and agency. What are the signs of this in this Hoff field or this Hoff vibration or whatever it is you call it? What was it? The Hoff vibration or was it the Hoff equation? Which was it?
It's vibration with an F.
Vibration. Okay, I got it wrong. Yes. Oh, okay. So yeah, would you like to answer Yerf's question then?
Yeah, the gods are they're just basically a group of people who invented civilization. That's really the simplest way I can put them. They start.
Why is there? Why they? Why is there more than one god as well?
Well, because it wasn't just one person, but they were people who lived on the earth, but they became remembered as God because they basically created a bunch of cargo cults, and they brought about things like agriculture and also centralization of the city. So,
second, are you calling these people gods because they had some kind of you know, spiritual power, or are they gods because they were humans that through their humanity caused positive change in society? I mean, it doesn't sound like you're selling them as kind of you know, spiritual wizards or like a powerful force outside of any force that we have as individuals, the ability to do things.
Well, if you actually listen to how these gods are described in the foundational myths of civilization, they're absolutely not wizards or good people. They're a bunch of technocrats who want to rule over others and make them do all this hard work.
So you're saying God is not good or these gods are not good?
Absolutely not. No, they're like the worst thing to happen to this species.
But are they really god? Could you call them gods? I mean,
the only reason I call them gods is
why they created us, though. I thought they created humans altogether, though.
No, he's talking the way he's describing it now is
that, I mean, I don't really know about that. I'm not going to go that far. You know, propaganda.
Look. I'm a bit confused because earlier on you said God was evidenced in the Hoff vibration.
Oh, well, well, let me answer this. I already see the confusion. Okay,
let me explain why I'm confused before you answer it. Earlier on, you said God is the Hoff vibration. Now you're saying there were gods, and the gods were humans, and they were humans that caused evolution of human society, like. They invented agriculture, or I don't know, they learned how to light a fire. I don't know what the hell you're going on about, and I don't know what you're talking about because earlier on you said God is the Hoff vibration. Now you've moved the goalposts, and I'm really confused with respect, brother. Please enlighten me.
There is a difference between God with a capital G and God with a lowercase g. The God with the capital G is the highest perception in all of existence. It is the thing that actively, at all times, experiences everything at once. It knows everything at once, and it knows everything that's ever happened intimately. These gods are just people who want to be that. That's really what it comes down to.
Okay, all right, well, I see what you've done there. Okay, and that's your way of looking at things. But it seems a little harsh to say that people who caused, you know, substantial change in society were trying to be gods when perhaps all they were doing was trying to survive and trying to help others survive. maybe sometimes their actions might have been, misplaced, or maybe we would frown upon them morally now. But to say that they had egotistical desires to be gods, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. Where's your evidence for that?
Just mainly, I always point to Atrahasis and the Enuma Elish.
Well, I wanted to bring up the Atrahasis epic because, like, in the Atrahasis epic and the Enuma Elish and in the Eridu Genesis, the gods are like the personification of natural forces. So there's like the god of death, the god of the ocean, the god of, fertility, things like that. Like each god is just a person, like they're just anthropomorphizing naturally existing forces. They weren't people, they weren't humans, you know what I mean? They literally create humans in the Atrahasis epic out of clay and blood and the sacrifice of a god.
Yes, yeah, this is the story. But the thing is that before these myths came about, there was no anthropomorphization of nature.
How do we know that, though? The myths are as old as writing itself.
And I'm talking about before writing. Human beings were around for a whole long time. This is the
No, I know, but how can we know that though if there's no writing to like you just
oral traditions?
We don't have those though.
Yes, we do. We have the Hopi, we have the Navajo, we have Aboriginal traditions, we have people.
But how much of their stories? But this has been 5,000 years of evolution. So how do we even know like what the stories were in the beginning after 5,000 years of oral tradition? They obviously changed. It's not like they just remained the same this whole time.
They're all fundamentally the same. They basically describe humanity used to be this spiritual species that descended into matter. And as we descend into matter, we have these ages of cataclysms because we choose to go against the natural way. This is the foundation of all Aboriginal teachings, basically. And the whole goal is to heal ourselves so that we can live like the ancestors did. This is the whole goal of every mythology, who's screaming about the golden ages, like Sumeria and Mesopotamia is full of laments. What are they lamenting? They're lamenting
just for American to a golden age.
What was that?
Trump said he just brought America into a golden age. Yerf Dog says at 3 hours 35 minutes 17 seconds, your slides say geomancy is the ultimate application of the topological unified field theory. He basically asks, what is geomancy?
Geomancy is just manipulating the earth through a centralized point utilizing wave frequencies and water. So you're at this central point, and then you have these rings around you of water and land and water and land. And then if you can influence the water, you can influence the land to basically conform to whatever standard you want it to. And it's just a way of creating boundaries within boundaries where you are the sole architect of how information flows from your central point to the other boundaries. And there
I'll just quickly read the Wikipedia.
It's going to give you some stuff about squirreling. It's going to give you some stuff.
Let me read it and see if it resonates with you. Geomancy, a compound of Greek roots denoting earth divination, was originally used to mean methods of divination that interpret geographic features, markings on the ground, or the patterns formed by soil, rocks, or sand. Its definition has expanded over time along with the recognized definition of the suffix mancy to include any spiritual, metaphysical, or pseudo scientific practice that is related to the earth.
Look at your
in recent times, the term has been applied.
He wasn't asking for the definition. Just look at his most recent comment.
Oh, sorry. Well, 1 second. I just want to read this anyway. In recent times, the term has been applied to a wide range of other occult and fringe activities. geomancy was a common and cross-cultural form of divination in pre-modern times. In regard to Africa and Europe, it was considered a forbidden practice by various Christians and Muslims across the medieval era. In other regions and cultures, geomancy practices included Sikadi and Ifa, found in West Africa, I Ching and Feng Shui, found in China, Kumalak, found in parts of Central Asia, and Vastu Shastra in India, Kahuna, Kuhipo Yuan in ancient Hawaii. Okay, I mean, right. I mean, I know what Feng Shui is, but really, I mean,
no mention of Atlantis or Carthage. See,
yeah, I mean, I know what Feng Shui is. It's interesting, and I mean, I even looked at a Feng Shui map and funnily enough, my where I live lines up with it pretty well, where everything is just randomly. But I don't know if I put much stock in it. Yerf Dog says sorry. He knows what geomancy is. His point is that if geomancy is part of this, that diminishes the value of this stuff. So just as that Jenny Nielsen of the topological unified field theory, when she played of Deepak Chopra, that diminished her in Yerf's eyes. You talking about geomancy has thus diminished you in his eyes too. What do you say to that? Is that a bit unfair or very unfair?
Well,
Mr.
I'm not sure
Scales?
exactly what he means by that. You know, I can take it either it devalues my stuff because he thinks geomancy is pseudoscience, or it could mean that it devalues my stuff because I talk a lot about how each individual is their own sovereign agent and they are responsible for how they interact in the world. And if there's some people sitting at some central point blasting all these waves that are influencing them, how does anyone have sovereignty? I'm not sure what he means. One or the
I mean,
other.
this geomancy, I mean, it is hocus pocus, isn't it? I mean, I'm looking at it now. I mean, there's different forms. So which one are you most inspired by? Which form of geomancy?
It's really not all that complex. All it is, or to imagine, okay, like, for example, you speak, and these automatically generate sound waves that when you speak to the water will move the water. So all it
You're
is,
just saying, you basically, it's your fancy highfalutin way of saying where we are, where things are located, and the flow energy from them has an effect on reality. That's basically all you're saying.
oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely does.
So okay, so is that all? Is that why you use the term geomancy? Then it's just as I said, a fancy way of saying where things are located have an effect on what is going on, the energy, movement, and how things manifest. Is that all you're saying?
When I'm talking about geomancy, I'm talking about something specific, which is creating boundaries within boundaries with the centralized boundary that influences all the other ones around it, because they have total control of how information flows from boundary to boundary.
Is there, look, Earth Dogs is saying that's pseudo-scientific. Look, is there another way, Set Scales, of talking about that kind of thing without resorting to something that would, you know, let's be honest, allow others to fling mud at you and call you a crank? Because, you know, what you're talking about is energy moving around and the effect of energy on matter. And it just seems that there could be a scientific way to describe it rather than, as I said, resorting to these archaic superstitions. It's not doing you any favors, is it? I'm sorry to say that, but if you're trying to get this out there, is that not something to take into consideration? I mean, can you now explain it scientifically using, you know, terminology that won't have people, you know, tutting at you and turning their head away, saying you're nothing but you know, a crank or a woo-woo kind of.
I literally described it using topology and describing boundaries.
Okay.
Like,
So that's the terminology. No, that's fair. I'm not having to go at you, Set Scales. I'm trying to help. Do you understand? I'm trying to help.
Well, here maybe like here's another visual. Like just think
Go
of
ahead, buddy.
the Target logo. You have the central point, and then you have rings around the central.
No, can I just say, I never said he was a crank, but you got to understand, people will accuse him of being a crank because they will hear things like geomancy, and they will look at what it means and what it what else is within that realm of thought, and they will think it's just hocus pocus rubbish, woo woo.
Okay,
And it's not scientific. It's not the scientific method. It's not something that we can experiment or prove or.
Well, let me do this because Yerf Dog mentions that I describe or I quote the topological unified field theory. So let me explain it using that language. Okay. So what all it does,
I think that will be better. Yeah.
Is it creates what's known as a nested shell hierarchy. So you have the S1 points, which is basically your fiber bundle that's going to make all the other boundaries around you. Your S3, your S5, your S7, and then between these points, you have something like water. So you use whatever manipulation around you. Well, I mean, because it goes water, land, water, land. If you look
Scales,
at
are you in a position to draw this for us now? I mean, I don't know what your drawing skills are like, but
if you go to my channel, you can pull up that same slide. I have a visual there.
Well, would you like to pull it up for me, and I can share the screen, and you can show us it as you're talking?
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Because I think that what you're saying is so abstract to many of us. We just need to see something to help us visualize it. Kenny, aka Trump, you're very quiet there, which is probably a good thing.
I'm
listening. I'm very taken in by what Scales is saying. I'm listening. It's very interesting.
He is an interesting dude. He really is.
Yeah.
And I would like to see, more of his ideas. There's someone here. It's Vanguard. Vanguard, join the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. Vanguard, are you there? Hello, Vanguard. I think Vanguard must have fallen asleep.
You're so lazy. Wake up.
It is
Wake
late.
up, you sheep.
It is late.
Okay, I'm gonna post it right now. All right.
Nothing there yet. Nothing backstage.
I just posted.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
No. You need to share your. Oh, you're not going to share your screen for us?
I'm not at my computer.
All right. Okay, I'll do it for you.
Actually.
I'll do it. 1 second.
Yeah. And then when you open it, go to the 3 hour and 35 minute
residential.
3 hour 35 minutes. Is that what you said?
Yeah. There it is, right there. That circle. Right there's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the screen.
Ignorance that geomancy relies on. And also egotism.
Okay, I'll read this if you want, or you can if you want. It talks about geomancy there, so that's fitting. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to read that out?
Well, do you see the image on the right?
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about. You have a central point surrounded by water with land around that water. and then water around that land, and it just goes on and on. And what you're literally doing is you're creating worlds within worlds, so that you, sitting at the center of the ring, have total control of all the other worlds around you, because you have total control of how information flows from each boundary to the next. So this basically makes you like a god of the land, because you control all basically movement going on.
Amazing. What good is this to you? How has this benefited you? How does this affect you? Having this knowledge now, how has it benefited you? That's I suppose that's the question. I mean, what difference has it made in your life? How have you transcended above others now that you know this?
Well, this whole section of cybernetics just points out how civilization uses people, and this is basically the ultimate design that any city could really have. And I mentioned Carthage there. I'm pretty sure that's like the only.
This is the thing. You're going. I don't know, mate. Now you're talking about town planning.
Yeah.
I know your theory covers, existence and what, but crikey, man. I want to know about, the fabric of the universe, how we are here, you have a reason for why we are here.
Yeah, it's so that we can experience something other than pure potential or limitless potential. And so that we can make our own choices within a particular universe or field of existence. And then from there, we make our own meaning in life.
Are you sure about that?
That's really all it comes down to.
I mean, to say you create your own meaning in life, I mean, does that not belie the fact there are outside forces? There is the past and the present, and these things are actually causing you to think and behave. Are you actually in charge? I mean, you seem to think we have a hell of a lot of agency here, so much agency that we seem to be developing new worlds and universes in our minds.
Well, the average person has
Are we not just experience? What I'm trying to say to you, Set Scales, is if I grant that what you're saying is right, and we are somehow these strange entities that have this fractal kind of connection to everything, and we imagine things bigger than us, and it keeps going on and on and on. But do you think we actually have control? Are we in control of what is going on? Do you really believe we are?
We have control over ourselves. That's what we have control over. And we are defined by the limitations and parameters we exist within.
If hold on a second. If we have control over ourselves, did something else think us into being?
No, we always existed.
We always existed.
Everything is happening all at once, all the time. That includes you and your essence.
I've heard of this block universe theory before.
Yeah.
I know it's. I mean, I understand the theory of it, but what difference does it make? I don't know. I mean, to me, time exists. I can see it on my fucking head and my face every day, with my grey hairs coming through. I mean, are you not open to time being a kind of localized phenomenon? And yeah, time doesn't exist if you zoom out far enough and you see everything. But if you zoom in to localized areas, time exists. It has an effect locally. But again, if you zoom out and look at everything, you can see the whole ensemble all together. And yeah, time is an illusion, but from that perspective. But it's just a matter of what your vantage point is. If you're in it, if you're in amongst it, time is real.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, I make this point. I make this point about perceptions, that we have our perception, and then that other things have their perception, and then, you know, existence is just basically how these perceptions interact with each other, and God is the highest perception of all. So when you zoom out, ultimately, you will realize that time is just spatial.
Right. May I interject for a moment, please? Because is my sound working? Can you, everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Sorry about that before. I was having issues. When I wanted, anyway, I'm not going to go into that default versus fucking headphones. Anyway, sorry about that. But from the start of this conversation about 5 minutes ago, you described an organized banking system, an organized world order, an organized system that can create a, shall we say, a pyramid of control. That's exactly how you described it. That's all I can say about that. Sorry.
Can you repeat that, please, for the slow learners like me? Go ahead.
Right. Repeat that. The way this guy described it before about this control, that control, a gateway to this, a gateway to that, you get this, you get that, a subject to that. That sounds like a very specific banking system to me. It sounds like the way things are very controlled to me. Subject to control. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about universal or man's control over how man should proceed or develop in the future universal expansion?
Be a patriot, or you can be a communist. You cannot be both.
Look. There may be commonalities, obviously, you know. If it is a kind of fractal situation, I know he hasn't used the word fractal, but you know, if everything is connected.
Yes, it is. Fractal's an accurate word.
Yeah, I mean, if it is a fractal situation, then there's going to be commonalities in systems, and that shouldn't be any surprise. Is that all you got to say today, Rag?
No, I was talking about a very specific
I know
banking
you.
system. Yes.
And are you talking about the which banking system are
Right. So
you talking
tell
about?
me how everything
fiat
works.
banking, is it?
I mean, tell me about the Rothschild's banking system. Come on over.
Oh Christ! We can talk
So
about that
again,
another day.
You see, I just want to say that my entire framework manages to do what it does without once mentioning the word Jews or Catholics or bankers or any of that. I don't mention any of that stuff once.
That's not the question. Just because it was a certain family with a certain religion, please don't be offended by that. If you're offended by that, there's no conversation.
No, I'm not.
There's no
I'm
debate. So let's talk about how that banking system and where we are now with that banking system without being offended. Can we
I
please
mean,
talk?
I always talk about the banking system, and I always
I'm
bring
going to
up
leave you guys to it for a bit. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a bit.
I bring up the same document every single time because that's really the only document you need to know to understand how the banking system works, and it's called Modern Money Mechanics. Modern Money Mechanics will tell you how the
What
modern
about
banking works.
usury? What about usury?
Yes, it tells you how modern usury works. It's basically modern
Yeah.
usury.
And who invented usury?
I don't actually know the answer to that. It's been around a while. I would probably guess the people in the Levant, but I don't know.
So tell me more. Tell me
Do
more.
you know
about
Andy?
How,
do you know Andy who
how,
invented usury?
how do we take a banking system from this point of usury and absolute domination by elitists, shall we just say, of many different forms, but elitists? How do we move it forward for the current account? There's a famous word. Why do they call people with the bottom of the pyramid currents? Because they squeeze them all for juice or dry them out. That's very interesting. That's an observation and a fact. So tell me, where do we go for a correct, fair, No, usury banking system. If you really need to use banks.
Well, I mean, as it states in modern money mechanics, money, the only reason money works is because it's based off of something they call trust.
What?
And trust, yes, trust is just according to them that when you take your dollar to the store or whatever.
When you've got the White House saying one thing, when you've got the White House saying one thing from a day to another, fuck off.
Albert, bro, I'm telling you, it's described in their own words. This is by bankers for the public to understand how bankers work. Okay, it's based on trust. And this trust is basically when you take their Federal Reserve notes to the store.
Right, so Federal Reserve notes. Put it this
Are
way.
you going to interrupt me? You're going to interrupt me in the same part again. The same part. You're going to cut me off.
I'm not interrupting.
No,
I'm interjecting.
yes,
I'm interjecting.
And it's
Interjecting
ridiculous.
only.
So stop.
Can
I make this
do you like
point?
an interject?
No.
Okay,
No.
no problem. Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't like
Using a
interjection.
couple of
You don't like.
icons.
Yeah, but you don't like interjection. Okay.
Because you interjected me twice at the same part that I was going to explain how trust works. You take money to the store. It's a guarantee that when you trade the money for whatever products you get in the store, that the cashier in the store will accept it. This is the only reason money has any value. So the moment people lose the trust in the money, the value goes away. So people got to stop trusting liars. That's really how you starve the banks.
So let's put it this way: do you respect usury or not?
I don't know. Does it sound like I do?
Maybe.
No.
I don't think you know what usury is.
You guys both sound like you're really in between a place, a a rock in a hard place.
Oh, fucking hell. Good to see you, you fellow Scotsman with dark glasses and a Tom Cruise haircut. What? You alright?
Sir, I don't talk to people who don't even remember the conversation. You're too drunk. Go to bed and have a good night.
Go to bed and have a good night. I mean, you don't sound like you're from Glasgow or Edinburgh right now there. Go on. So, says skills. What I was trying to say about what you were talking about like 20 minutes ago, the structures you described of control is exactly what banking systems are and what they do. You know what I mean? Do you know what a bank is? Anyway, thank you for the conversation anyways. I do appreciate it. Even you, Pepe Ragnarok. What dear, the man from
Sir,
Edinburgh. What?
if you walked into an Irish bar and started talking like that, they'd knock you the fuck out and throw beer in your face.
Mate, if you walked into my bar with a MAGA hat, I'd kick you between the fucking legs. Capiche? Yeah, man. Anyway, let's go, Pepe. Let's go, Pepe. Ragnarok. Why do you use the meme frog? Yeah, Pepe. Just asking.
I think he's attractive.
Do you think it would look more attractive with like fake Arnie glasses on?
There is no Dana, only Zool.
Zoo, good to meet you. When was the last time you ate a marshmallow, man?
It was in the 80s.
Nice. Was it Stay Puft marshmallows?
It was actually polystyrene.
Polystyrene marshmallows. Okay. What?
Yep.
Oh. Do you come from China by any chance, Zoo?
Indonesia. Indonesia.
Indonesia. Yeah, man. Whereabouts?
Fuck you.
Mate. Indonesia is one of my loveliest places. I love it.
I said fuck you because I don't know any areas within Indonesia, so I failed to answer your question. I raged out.
No shit, Sherlock. Anyway, right. Have you ever heard of Jakarta?
Yes.
Jakarta off there. Right. Yeah, man. Have you ever heard of a famous volcano eruption?
No. Except for maybe Vesuvius.
Right. No problem. The Italian eruption. Okie dokie. Yes. It keeps happening now. But what about Pompeii? Wow. Right. Come on, you posh people. What was the Indonesian mountain volcano that exploded?
I had a
Mount
low
Kil-
IQ. I could probably enjoy this conversation.
A low IQ. Tell me about Mount Kilauea or Mount fucking Java or Mount fucking what? Yeah, Pepe Ragnarok. Come on. What? Pepe Ragnarok. He's got posh glasses on, and he's no from Glasgow or no from Edinburgh. But he loves a frog mean. And he loves Donald Trump. Yeah.
Are you Irish?
Am I Irish? Which type of Irish is my Ireland? My Ireland. Yes. No, I'm definitely not Irish.
Oh. I failed again.
No problem. Zool. Can I tell you, you should never cross the streams.
Why not? Oh, Ghostbusters. Damn it. I failed again. Fuck everything.
Nice to meet you anyway, Zool. You're a canny bag of chura.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not even sure what you said.
Well, it's a very English compliment. Sorry, British compliment. You're a canny bag of chura.
British. Are you from Wales?
British from Welsh. Down your no stars, Barbie. No, I'm not Welsh.
No, okay. Are you English?
Fucking English, you can't. I'm not fucking English, you can't. Come on.
You're none of those. You're not Irish, Welsh, or English? Are you saying you're Scottish?
They can what I mean, you can. Come on. Fucking nice one.
He sounds like he's
He's
from
off.
somewhere that has a lot of bars and a lot of liquor stores for sure.
Oh, look at you. You fucking right wing Donald Trump. Orange
Are you saying?
limpets. What?
Wait, so you're from Flint, Michigan?
Flint, Michigan, mate. Do you want to try that
He's
water?
from Newcastle.
Oh, my ex-girlfriend was from Newcastle. I dated a girl from Newcastle for a few years.
Do you know what? Flint, Michigan. How dare you mention Flint, Michigan? Do you know who has the cleanest water in the UK?
Who?
The Northeast.
I believe you. You know, I grew up in Flint, Michigan.
And the Scottish. Yes.
Damn. Flint, Michigan has the cleanest water because we drink it out of bottles.
Without a doubt. Oh dear, never mind the data centers. Never mind the data centers. Oh dear.
I was just saying earlier that I want to build the first McDonald's / ExxonMobil / data center.
Oh dear. So Kenny. You can what I mean, Kenny. You can. Kenny. Zoo, you're fantastic. You're absolutely fantastic. Thank you for welcoming me, because you all think you're more cerebral than me. Probably are, but never mind.
Are you wearing assless chaps?
Pardon me?
Are you wearing assless chaps?
Do you think I'm homosexual?
No. Freddie
Why
Mercury
would I
wore
wear
'em.
Why would I wear arseless chaps?
They're sexy for everybody.
Right, so you're a homosexual.
No.
Wow. Why did you mention such things? Do you like Brokeback Mountain and shit?
That was a good movie.
Wow.
Okay, guys.
Hey,
I'm
cowboy.
go- guys, I'm going to leave now because blessed is he who doesn't sit with mockers. Good night.
Blessed is he who sits with hairy fucking frogs. Fuck off. Right. Anyway, I will survive. I am a survivor. Oh, Kenny doesn't know how to survive in such a life. Anyway, I will give my life. I will always survive. I will drop down because Kenny the frog needs to be here. I will survive. Good night, DNW. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Good night.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Vanguard. I'd like to tell you all a story. When I was 11 years old, we had a large willow tree in my backyard, and I wanted to be like Indiana Jones. So I tied a rope in the front two belt loops of my jeans, and then I threw the slack of the rope, I threw the rest of the rope over top of a branch from the willow tree that was about 15 feet off the ground. And then I tried to grab the slack that had fallen back down and pull down on it to lift myself up by my belt loops and to reach the branch. And so I did that, and I pulled myself almost all the way up to the branch. And when I reached with one hand to grab the branch, both of my belt loops snapped in half, and I fell on my back from 15 feet in the air and was bedridden for 2 months. The end. Your turn. Oh, okay. Maybe I should try being homosexual. I've never even thought about giving it a chance. Maybe it's awesome. I'm gonna go pick up a guy this weekend and give it a shot. Start slow with some kisses. I'm just worried about the stubble tickling my lips. Maybe I should start with guys that have like perfectly clean shaven faces to edge myself into homosexuality, and then work myself up to beards once I'm brave enough.
Did everyone leave? I went AFK for a moment.
Yep, they all left. Kenny and Vanguard had a fist fight virtually, and then they both left in anger, and now they're fuming in private.
Well, I'm going to say thank you, Kenny, for sticking up for me or being on my side earlier. I guess by calling him too drunk to remember the conversation. That was fun. Anyway, what did you think, Andy, of what I was saying?
I have a lot of thoughts. I'm not really sure where to start. I'm skeptical, I'll say that much. I'm not sure about it because it sounds like you're trying to unify modern day physics with ancient, what in my opinion is complete mythology, like fictional mythology about these gods. I don't think that these gods were ever real. Not the Anunnaki, not the Igigi, not Apsu or Tiamat. I don't think any of the gods were real. I think they were just anthropomorphizations of natural forces. So when you try to unify actual real physics with what I consider to be fiction, it creates an issue, in my opinion. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it.
The way I look at it is the way the ancients described them as like people, and they thought they were real. And they basically say they literally got their technology from the gods, things like the plow, things like that. They credit to Enlil. They credit aqueducts to Enki. So my question is, why assume they were lying?
Why would you assume they're telling the truth if the story is full of mythological elements like magic and stuff like that?
Because they're explaining things, technology that they don't have the words to put into. So they literally call it magic, and they literally equate them with gods, just like we see with cargo cults.
I mean, I could get on with that, I guess, if we had some sort of evidence that this technology ever existed. But from what we can see archaeologically, they were extremely primitive people that didn't have complex technology.
Well, that Samuel Noah Kramer slide I had up that was up earlier basically will tell you that all of the people's labor was in service to the gods, and what that looked like was they built huge temples and ziggurats type structures while neglecting their own living space. So, you know, they pretty much built all the advanced stuff for the ruling class while, you know, the ruling class left them toiling in the dirt all day. So the technology.
I don't think that ziggurats are particularly advanced structures. I mean, they're made of mud bricks. They're just stacking mud bricks like little kindergartners do shit like that.
Well, the way that they, or I should say, where they are put in alignment with astrological nodes, and the fact that everyone is channeling their energy towards these points is what makes them advanced, because it coordinates the whole city around this one building and their movement.
Yeah, I definitely agree that buildings were placed in astrological alignment, but that just comes from observing the stars, you know, and knowing where the stars are going to be by mapping them out. Like it's completely predictable what's going to happen with the stars because they do the same thing every single year. So you can place buildings, but as far as like focusing energy around them, I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to bring up what you just said, because what you just described was the whole point they even built the ziggurats in the first place, to make the people predictable and coordinate their work with the seasons. That's their whole purpose. But as for what evidence do we have they collected energy, the main evidence that we really have, because this is the only thing science has really looked into regarding this, is sports, where you have large amounts of people, like tens of thousands of people, crammed in one hyperdense area. All their attention is focused on one area, and that's how the building is designed. And they're putting a whole lot of energy through screaming and chanting and just their attention in general on this one fixed point that the players will tell you that they benefit from. You know, they're always going about they feel electrified by the crowd, they feel energized by the crowd. They're always going on about home field advantage. There's no way to take the energy out of a crowd more so than when they're at home and they think they're going to win and then their team loses in the final moments. This is the same type of energy that the ancients devoted to their gods, and it was basically captured in this building.
What do you mean by, see, this is completely different than what I think of when you were talking about focusing energy. I mean, this seems like it makes, the way you just described it makes it seem less significant now. Like you're just talking about attention, detail, you know, like people working.
It's about the attention of the people is the energy that is being grabbed. And when they're all focused on this one area that's telling them how much better they are than they are, it gets the people thinking that they are basically inadequate without the ruling class. And they, you know, they have these huge buildings that are basically in dedication to that. And you get people building these huge buildings while they all basically live in slums. The myths are telling them how inadequate they are and how dependent they are on the gods and the people who represent them. This basically creates a psychological dependency fueled by religious devotion.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, but like these ziggurats were just temples for the gods. It was basically like a manufactured mountain, so where they could be closer to the sky, because they thought that Anu was in the sky.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that's a part of it, but you know, why are they putting them closer to the sky? Because
Anu's in the sky. They want to be closer. Like they called, like for instance, in Babylon, well, like the name Babylon, for instance, is in reference to the ziggurat that was in Babylon that Sargon of Akkad mentioned, and the word Babylon is actually a cognate of Bab Elim, and Bab Elim means gate of the gods. So this was literally a place where you would go up this artificial man-made mountain and go through a gate where you could communicate with the god by offering sacrifice. And they put it, you know, hundreds and hundreds of feet in the air so that the smell of the aroma of your sacrifice would more easily reach the god.
And you know what you just basically described? You just described a cell phone tower that connects to a satellite. That, I'm telling you, this is their function. They connect to the god. The god is something more real than what we're going to give them credit for. It's not just a make-believe anthropomorphized force of nature.
But why do you think that? Why do you think that Anu was real?
Well, Anu is a bit. Anu is weird. I'm not going to say about Anu, but he probably would have had to have been. I don't really know who these people were, but the way they exist now are basically they're basically like digital protocols within their own machines that they built. And so the towers, they would basically connect to these protocols, which they would call a god, and then the whole city would have their operating system to go by. So it was literally a tower to capture and transmit human attention and thought and energy towards this external force that was basically centralized somewhere else. not the cities.
I don't really see it that way, I guess. I just see it as like people going up a really tall structure, because they were doing this on mountains. You got to keep that in mind. Like gods were thought to rule from mountains before they were building ziggurats. So like they're just basically, in my opinion, they're just using a tall structure. They have these gods that are completely fictional. They're mythological. They've completely made them up over time. There is no god. There is nothing in the sky. There is nothing ruling over the air or storms or death. These are just completely fictional concepts. And there's people in the ancient world that had no explanation for natural forces because they didn't have science. So they're going up these mountains because they've personified natural forces into gods. And they're going up mountains and ziggurats and sacrificing to the gods because they think that storms are going to completely wipe out their crops, or a famine is going to come and leave everyone starving. And so they make sacrificial offerings to these fictional gods in hopes that they'll be saved from destruction. That's
guys.
all I think it was.
Guys, I'm willing to let you guys stay chat. I'm gonna go though. But if anybody wants to come on, please come on now, because I won't be able to let anybody in or out because I will be sleeping. So I don't mind letting you guys keep going. But I'm just saying, anybody want to come on, please do now.
Thank you, Sir Wise Owl. Thank you very much.
So yeah, anybody want to come on, please do. In the next, don't leave me hanging. Let me know in the chat if you're coming on or not, so I can go to bed.
It's a very interesting subject. Very interesting subject.
I'll share the link in case somebody does want to come on. I don't think anybody does. Okay, he's not coming. Okay. Crystal, you're not coming on. Crystal says I think she wants to just listen today. I think that's it. Jeff doesn't want to come on. Retro, nobody else. All right. We'll leave it there then. Okay, guys, I'll chat to you next time.
Take it easy.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Thank you very much, Wise Owl.
Yeah, the reason I think these things is that these stories contain what to me appear to be mythological elements, where there are entities that are doing magical acts, like controlling storms, like for instance the god Hadad or the god Iskur or Iskur Hadad. He like causes storms to come down from mountains, you know, in 3000 BCE. Like there was no technology.
It's not really all that difficult to manipulate the weather. There was some guy.
Well, this is my point.
There's some guy who did it. I'm just gonna say there was some guy who did it in the 1920s, basically in his garage.
Right, but in 3000 BCE with no technology at all, it's a completely different story.
That's not true. They had technology. It just wasn't
I mean,
like.
Right.
Yeah, a very primitive technology. Like they didn't even have the wheel.
How long is modern?
Not in 3000 BCE.
Yes,
how
that's
long?
when it was first coming.
How long has modern man been on the planet? In other words, like you and me. How long has modern man been on the planet?
I mean, according to paleontology and archaeology, about 200 to 300,000 years.
You're talking over 6, 7, 8,000 longer years.
What?
What's that?
You're talking well over, shall we say, well over anything that says in Bibles, in other words, written for that type of language. But anyway, it's quite clear. It's quite clear from ancient megaliths that cultures of man, shall we say, have been about a very, very, very long time. However you describe it is up to you, because so much of archaeology and mainstream archaeology, mainstream history is mainstream. So
Well, I mean, I agree, but like when you have no evidence for like prolific technology.
There's plenty evidence. How would you create megaliths? without laser technology?
By stacking bricks.
I think a better question would be, how do you get like the 900-ton blocks that they have in Baalbek, for example?
Well, that's
That's a
actually been
megalith.
like they've been
That's a
demonstrated
megalith.
on how you can do
That's a
that now.
megalith. That's a megalith. I said megalith. How could you cut, shift, and operate such structures? Megaliths are everywhere, but it's just said, oh, that's just history. It's quite conveniently watered over to describing how it could be made. Have you ever been to India? Have you ever been to East Central Asia? Have you seen what carvings are there? In other words, megaliths, structures that cannot be described by anything done by hand today.
I mean, I've never gone there, but you can see it online without going there. I've seen them.
Wow. So, in other words, like I said, humanity in its conception, especially in today's world, it goes back to what you said, 6, 7, maybe 8. It goes a lot back further than that. I can tell you that. I can tell you that for a
I don't
fact.
know. You can do a whole lot in 100,000 years.
I believe it, but like for a vast majority of 100,000 years, it appears that we were just hunter-gatherers. Only at the very like last 1% of that time were we actually using technology that's significant.
Let me tell you
If
about
you're
some of the
if you're
technology they have.
referencing if
No,
you're
let me-
referencing
They were not.
if
They
you're
were not primitive. Okay, this is a common
definitely not,
misconception. For
definitely not.
example, the effort that it would have taken to live in a cave and do some of the engineering feats they accomplished in a cave would have been too incredible for them to just consider them all primitive. So in one
So
case,
again, how old are those caves? How old are those caves? And anywhere like Turkey, I mean the caves in Australia, the caves everywhere. So are we going back to the Younger Dryas or are we going back further? I mean, what do you want to know about history? All I can tell you, modern day man without his iPhone and everything that came before that, modern man was modern man. So when hunter gatherer, farmer, hunter gatherer. Anyway, let's get back to the fact. How old do you think modern day man is? In other words, people that look
we
like
just
us.
told you.
Yeah,
No, I
200 to
don't think it did.
300,000 years. We already said that.
Right, I thought you said 2 to 300. Never mind.
No, that 100,000.
100,000.
Yeah, 2 to 300,000 years, about a quarter of a
Sorry,
million.
my apologies for being obtuse and very dickish. Sorry about it.
It's okay.
Well, anyway, some of the technology that cave people used to have would be they would have rooms so that when they would generate sound in the rooms, the sound would move at between 105 and 115 hertz. And when a person was subjected to these noises, it would activate their prefrontal cortex and bring out certain subconscious thoughts and emotions and basically heighten their consciousness and perception. So my question is, why don't we have more of this type of technology around? And why
Yeah, I
is
mean,
it so
as-
centralized?
well, assuming that this wasn't just a coincidence that happened, I mean, really, that just comes down to people digging out caves in a way that makes them feel good. Like these people have been building caves forever. They know that when they dig it out in this specific shape or this specific size, that it makes them feel a certain way. It's really that simple. But I would be inclined to think that it was just a coincidence.
Don't forget the
There's
massive
no reason to
caves
think that.
in the Ottoman Empire. I can't remember it, but it's definitely in modern day Turkey, right? And look at those caves. You've got basically cities underground. Now, why would you go underground? It's for either two purposes: environmental or in fear of invaders. So what was it?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of advantages to going underground. For one, you have geothermal heating.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about just living underground. Never mind heating. Believe me, in Turkey, you don't want heating. What are we talking about?
I mean, aren't there parts of Turkey where it snows? Am I mistaken?
No shit, Sherlock, but that's mountainous regions.
So you're talking about like underground in a plane?
No, we're talking underground in what you would call like Arizona, you know what I mean? Sandstone, etc., etc.
Well, then cooling, geothermal cooling. I mean, it's not only hot, like underground, it does both.
Yes. But the
It
point
cools when
I'm
it's
trying
heat
to
and it
make,
heats when it's cool. It
the
regulates the
point I'm trying,
temperature naturally.
if you go Google it, right? I am not a scientific professor. I'm just an internet arsehole who knows quite a bit about nothing and quite a shitload of fucking everything. But I can tell you now, go look in the Turkey region or the former Ottoman Empire or what it was before that, and go look out these places. All I'm asking, right, is it because of environmental reasons or is it because of violent reasons why they went underground?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that it could have happened, but my point is that there's nothing
Yes.
extravagant about digging out an underground city.
Well, it fucking is, isn't it? It's a
I
major
mean,
task. It's
it's amazing, but
generational.
it's like something we could do now.
No, it would take generations to do what they did.
So they took generations to do it.
What?
So what?
So don't simplify such a task.
I'm not simplifying it. I'm acknowledging it for what it is. It's people going underground and digging out a giant area. That's all it is.
With technology.
All I'm asking
With
is
shovels.
let's speculate. Was it down to violence or was it down to environmental reasons? Is all I am asking.
I mean, probably protection, if I had to guess. That seems like a more likely, but I don't know.
Protection from violence or protection from the environment?
Both.
It seems logical, doesn't it?
I mean, violence, I mean, if you're talking about during the Ottoman Empire, like they went through a bunch of waves of violent conflict with other nations. So, I mean,
It's like I said, it's long before the Ottoman Empire. Sorry,
I,
just
I
said
thought you said it was during the Ottoman Empire.
No, sorry, I pointed you in the right direction. In other words,
Actually,
modern day
during the Hittites,
Turkey.
well, probably what he meant to say, the Hittite Empire.
Okay, well, same thing. I mean, the Hittites were in regular conflict with the Egyptians.
Are you Jewish by any chance, both of you?
I'm ethnically Jewish. I'm not religious, though.
Right.
No.
So I'm just saying. I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just saying, violence or environmental. I'm still quite 50-50 because
It probably is 50-50. Or something like that.
I tend to not speculate really too much when there's no way of knowing. I'll just let it go and say I don't know.
Yeah, but we say that the gods are just anthropomorphized versions of nature. It's like, how can we really say that for sure when for so long humanity did not anthropomorphize nature? They saw themselves as nature, just a different form of it.
What do you mean by that?
Something happened. There's something that happened that made mankind anthropomorphize nature and associate it with these sky daddy gods and stuff like that. So what is it? Because I don't think it's just the environment.
Well, I think that people anthropomorphizing natural forces predates written history by a long time. People were probably doing it 50,000 years ago, and we just don't have records of it.
So you're saying that humans need an excuse or have to speculate and write stories? Wow.
Well, no, humans want answers for things, and we will
So
come
they
up
have
with
to.
answers regardless.
So they
Hold
have
on.
to. They have to speculate because they didn't really understand science, but they understand patterns, which technically wasn't science at the time. You know what I mean? But patterns.
They understand what?
patterns. Patterns. Not general patterns, but patterns.
Yeah, we understand patterns. We always have.
We're programmed to understand patterns.
My point is that it's human nature. It's human nature to want answers for things, and humans are going to create answers that are true or false regardless. If they don't have the answers, we'll make them up. We've always done that.
Humans 50,000 years ago were animists in nature. This
See,
means
this is crazy that you would say that. We have no written records from that time, and our archaeological records are almost non-existent. Like, how could you reach that conclusion?
because we can see it in number one, people who live in the forest. Like I don't remember but yes,
Now, that doesn't mean all people were animist 50,000 years ago.
I would say most of them were. Most of them realized that they were part of the land.
Right. So you're saying right now that humans that look like us lived over 300,000 years ago, because Bibles and other things say it was like not. But I do believe humans that look like us did live that long ago. How do you figure that one out?
Radiometric dating.
What?
I mean, what's radio? I mean, I don't understand carbon dating, but radiometric dating. Are you talking
That's
about
carbon dating.
lines?
Carbon dating is radiometric dating. You're just checking the isotope. Like an atom decays over a specific amount of time, depending on which type of element it is. And so you can check the half-life of an atom to see how old something is.
Radiocarbon dating. Fair
No,
enough.
it's radiometric dating. You don't have to just use carbon. You can use plutonium or uranium or lead or anything.
All right, so radio. In other words, many elements, just not the carbon. Fair enough. I understand.
Yeah, carbon is only reliable for up to like 50,000 years. But if you want things that are reliable for like millions of years, you can use plutonium or uranium.
In other words, measuring the half-life of said. Yes, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. So we can tell that human bodies in our form, like skeletons that exist that look just like our skeletons now, were around about 200,000 to 300,000 years ago, and before that, they were not around.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
So, I mean, we were having profound thoughts, undoubtedly. Like Neanderthals and Homo erectus were probably having profound thoughts and doing ritual burials and things like that. Like, we know that they were making jewelry, we know that they were making houses, they were making clothing, they were making weaponry, but they didn't have complex technology, they didn't have metallurgy, they didn't have electricity, they didn't have, boats or anything like that.
Yeah, but the how long ago would you call them far back? Would you call them over 300,000 years ago?
How long ago what?
Let's just say, like you said, Homo whatever, and we're not talking about sex here, but Homo, what do you call them again? The big
Erectus.
foreheads. Homo erectus, yes. And then your Stone Age man, your Bronze Age. Anyway, while they tried to say just hips and hops there, why they looked like each other, but they didn't. So when I say, how far do you think people that look like us, not them, how far do you think they go back?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like our skeletons, Homo sapiens, human beings like us, exactly like us, our skeletons have been on this earth for 300,000 years. Not Homo erectus. They go back even farther than that. But things like us are about 300,000 years old.
Wow, that's a long time, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, the myths describe that people had various levels of advancement, and technology is not the only advancement that the ancients had. for example, the Navajo and Hopi describe the race of the Deni who taught humanity a spiritual language that would bring power and vibrancy to their lives. But
okay, well, the trouble with the Navajo and the Hopi is that we only, like, their records only go back a few hundred years.
That's not true. They have oral
True,
records.
that's 100%. Yeah, we don't know how far oral tradition goes back. You have no clue how far oral tradition goes back, though. That's the thing. We didn't know these people existed until the United States were invaded like 500 years ago.
It's really not fair to ascribe writing as the only form of measuring history, because writing is a form of technology in and of itself that requires a select group of people, especially in ancient times, to even understand.
So we have the Hopi and the Navajo tribes that are talking about these things. How do we know that they didn't make those stories up 10 years before we came here?
Because that's not what they say. And then you're just basically going to have to call their entire.
Well, how would they know? How could they know how old these stories were?
Because they trace them down through generational storytelling that remains consistent. They're not playing a game of telephone like what people think it is. They're trying to remember as best they can the stories that their ancestors are telling.
But it is a game of telephone. Even writing changes, and oral tradition changes even easier because there's no written record.
I mean, it probably changes a bit, but the core essence of the story, which is that, for example, humanity is a spiritual race that descended into matter, that goes through cycles of cataclysms because we grow out of alignment, or we live out of alignment with the world around us, is consistent across cultures. There's no reason to assume they're lying or made it up recently.
Can I just comment on that? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to add the comment: when humans wake up to understand they live out of balance and they are controlled by a bunch of pyramids, trickle down, whatever you want to call it, economics, structures, whatever. If humanity hasn't got anything to do, but had everything to do, but they didn't have anything to do, who controlled that to do? I know it sounds weird. Forgive me for saying that, but why is humanity always controlled? Is my point.
Why is humanity what?
Always controlled.
Controlled?
Well, yeah, there was a time when we weren't controlled. Like, for example, Herodotus speaks of the Golden Age, where basically everyone was a god walking the earth. And this is just born of the time from the Sumerian laments, because they remember the time before they were cursed with the plow and having to work in the farms all day. So the control came about when the hard, soul-crushing labor came about to control people, which was not always there in human existence.
Sorry if I'm pissing people off in chat, like little children like Ryu, Crystal, Charmaine. But anyway, I might have had a beer, but I'm asking honest questions. I'm having good conversations. So don't be so childish, please. Gabish.
You're fine. You're not doing anything wrong. I think that Dominic is pretty much spot on. I think that as soon as there became large groups of people forming, that hierarchies emerge. That's just the way that humans are. That's the way that apes are in general. If you look at like chimpanzees or gorillas, like tribes of chimpanzees and gorillas, there's a hierarchy within that, to where there's like a leader, and the leader is more valuable than the other people. And with leadership comes power, and with power comes control.
Yeah, but when
Can I clarify? I just want to clarify that I do not think just because humans come together that we have to have some sort of authoritarian hierarchy.
We don't have to. We don't have to, but it does happen though.
We don't,
And
though.
the only reason
When is humanity going to get to the point that says we don't have to be controlled by people who are in control to be in control? The elite.
We're at that point right now. We're there now. It's just that there's people are too cowardly to stand together and go kill everyone in charge. That's the reality of it.
Sorry about that, Crystal
I don't
Shaman.
think that would work.
Shaman,
personally.
shaman. Anyway, Ryu, sorry about that. I'm just saying you had a snide comment, and if I overreacted to your snide comment, I apologise, because I'm brilliant at that, because I'm proper British, and I can apologise unlike you cunts. Sorry about that.
I have an answer for your question, Vanguard. You know, because
Yeah,
it's
man.
something I hear quite a bit, and it basically the reason that we don't see any change is because the same old myths and their message has been so heavily embedded in people's minds, which is basically that people believe that humanity, especially in large numbers, is just this chaotic mass that needs to be directed through violence.
So in other words, you're saying
I don't believe that.
humanity are a bunch of sheep. So who are the sheep herders? Who are they?
This is basically what the Enuma Elish
You
says.
wanted to simplify it,
observations.
and I told you about simplifying it. Humanity is a bunch of sheep. So who are the sheep herders?
The basically the custodians of the ancient mythology, which we see today as the priest class and the governments and the bankers, these types of people.
Again, no shit, Sherlock. Anyway, sorry, Crystal Shaman. I didn't think you were. I'm just being a twat. I've had a smoke. I'm a bit paranoid on such lovely conversation. Sorry about that. If I've pissed anybody off, I apologise. Sorry about that. Sorry.
I don't think that it's required for people to be controlled, but I think that it's a natural occurrence when you have a leader in a group that people are just naturally power hungry. You see it constantly throughout all generations of time. People want more and more and more power, and they'll never stop. They'll always want more. If Donald Trump, for instance, could be ruler of the universe, he would try.
Oh dear. It's
and
not
that
going
is
to last
because this is because we have systems in place that reward the power hungry. But before we had civilization, there were basically guardrails, you could call them, in cultures that prevented this.
I don't mean to be facetious here, but Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, power hungry people, they didn't last long. And cognitive reality is not in Donald Trump's fucking conversation. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry, I'm not picking on America here. I really aren't. Sorry.
No, we deserve to be picked on. It's what's happening in America is a shame.
It's such a beautiful place as well, isn't it? It's a gorgeous country.
It's huge. We have a little bit of everything here. We have deserts and rainforests and mountains and plains and valleys and, everything. Thousands of lakes.
I just looked it up. That dude, Mitch McConnell, served 41 years. So he absolutely did last a long time.
That's as long as Solomon. That's how long Solomon ruled.
That's not what I said. Is he pronounced dead yet?
Basically, he's brain dead.
Has it been pronounced yet?
No, he's not literally dead, but he's functionally dead.
So in other words, the American public, the Carolina voters, is it Carolina? Or Kentucky, I can't remember. But I can't remember. But they have not been told he's dead yet. But Donald Trump wants to get his sister in. What? Poor me. Sorry about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that these people just rely on the fact that we're not willing to gather up and stop them. And we never will. People never will gather up and stop them unless it becomes You know, like they're leaving life good enough in the United States to where people aren't upset enough to, you know, round up like the Agigi gods against Enlil with their pitchforks and their fire and
Well,
go threaten to burn everything down.
I can understand that. I can understand that. But you must not live on a breadline, because as far as I understand, most people in America, do you know how many homes have been foreclosed in the last 3 months? And you know that banks can't even foreclose on the next 2 years because the list is so long. Wow. That says something about America, fuck yeah. And I love America. But anyway, bankers, wankers, and everybody that loves usury. I mean, come on. How
Can I
all
just make
those
a point
homes?
that
Come
I personally don't think that just going there and, you know, destroying the system is going to do anything, because this is exactly what communism advocates for. They think that if they can just destroy the machines and the people who run the machines, then the workers are going. Vanguard, Vanguard, please, please do not interrupt me.
I will let you finish your thread. I apologize for trying to interject. I really apologize. Sorry. Set skills.
They think that if they just destroy the machines, the working class will just magically build machines that are in their favor. But by destroying the machines through violence, they are basically accepting the ways of the ruling class into their hearts. And they can only build another ruling class because it's based off, their entire movement is based off violence.
And there's a solution to that, though. It doesn't have to be that way every time. We can change it, because instead, all throughout history, it's either been a family, a bloodline, you know, ruling over people, and it's just passed down against everybody's will, or everybody votes on who's going to be the ruler. But regardless, there's always been a ruler, and that's the problem. We don't need to have a ruler. We need to rule ourselves, and so everybody should be voting together on what the you know, political changes among the countries are.
Zul, can I ask you an honest question? What led up to 1776?
What led to it? We didn't want to pay taxes to the British anymore, and we didn't want to be ruled over by their forced Protestantism.
Yeah. Forced. Well, first of all, it's not Protestant, Sammy. Come on. Is it really? Anyway, let's get back to the fact. You said we didn't want to be ruled by you. No taxation without representation is the correct fact.
Right.
So tell me how you're being taxed and being represented correctly right now.
What do you mean?
So tell me about your representation and your taxes right now.
I'm not very familiar with like how taxes work. It's not something I really pay a lot of attention to. I'm into ancient mythology.
No taxation without representation. So you think your taxes pay correct for your representation?
Oh, I doubt it. I don't know. I have no clue where our taxes go. Like I said, I don't pay attention to things like that.
So, do you think that everybody's been given a fair deal right now?
Probably, if I had to guess, probably not. But again, I don't know.
Can you remember 2008?
Of course.
Can you tell me about the bank collapse globally and who started that?
Well, from what I understand, and this is, I'm completely unsure, but from what I understand, Bill Clinton caused that by giving out housing loans that couldn't be afforded.
Now you're going to blame a president for that, and he's got.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're saying it like are you saying that one person couldn't have caused it? Because it seems like he did.
The key word I represented to you with taxation and representation. Banks failed, and why is that?
So I can't understand what you said.
Banks failed apparently because fiat currency usury had to be shifted. And, oh, we're going to fail because we got no money. We've lost your pensions. We've lost everything. Where did it go? Where did all of that money go?
It didn't exist in the first place. That's why it caused
Well,
the collapse.
that's called fiat currency. So in other words, there was no bank collapse. It was a banking reset. We lost too much money. We made too much money in speculation in the greedy 80s, 90s. I mean, come on. Tell me what you know about banking before we carry on this conversation, please. Come on.
I just told you a moment ago, I'll repeat myself for the 5th time. I do not care about taxes or banking. I don't study those things. I only care about ancient mythology. You're barking up the wrong tree with me. I don't know these things. Yeah,
Right.
you'll be better off to have these conversations with somebody that studies these things.
Fair enough. But anyway, I appreciate everything you say. I appreciate we've talked about, but we're talking about where this country's went, where we are now in humanity, and it's all down to a certain sector that controls economics, that controls world banks, that controls anything. It's a control factor. So we're talking about previous histories and their failings of control factor or controlling factors that made societies failed. So this is a valid question. So
I'm not saying your question isn't valid. I just don't understand what you're getting at. What are you ultimately asking?
well, my point is, why is things controlled to fail and keep people in such bottom of the pyramid?
Because there's only so much resources. If we just stop thinking about it as money and think about it as what the money represents, which is resources, there's only a finite amount of resources. And so there are greedy people that want all of that resource for themselves, and so they're leaving everybody else in squalor.
So in other words, like the diamond market, diamonds are 10 a penny. It's not the fucking rarest thing on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? That type of thing. Never mind the man-made fucking beautiful diamonds you can get in China, but diamonds are not a rare thing. It's another lie. And who controlled that lie? Well, markets. It's called monopolizing. In other words. So let's get back to the banks, shall we? Sorry, I don't mean to be a twat, but banks. Economics, banks, gold standard, the USD, the petrodollar. I mean, come on, which was best back in the day? Gold standard or what?
Well, I think they're all going to result in the same thing, which is greed and poverty. Or even if you just take money completely out of the equation and you go back to trading goats and, trading arts and crafts, people are still going to put interest on it, and they're still going to rip people off. People are still going to be greedy and capitalize and take everything for themselves.
Let's take the blockchain technology for a straight barter and exchange system, cutting the banks out. How do you feel about that?
It's fine if it's just one-to-one trading, but as soon as you start owing people things, people start adding on interest.
But when you cut the banks out, you cut governments out and you cut tax out. Come on.
Why? Why does it have to cut government out?
Because banks control governments. They fucking put governments in place.
Right, but governments, they can still exist without the banks.
What type of government have you voted for recently that absolutely has humanity's interest at heart? Come on.
I'm not saying they do, but you're acting like they can't.
Well, of course they can't, because it's not in their interest.
Right, that's what I mean. And this goes back to when I said that we don't need to have rulers leading over us. We need to rule over ourselves, and the entire public votes on everything. We don't need someone we don't need someone at the top to be making decisions for us. We need to make those decisions as a whole.
Yeah, man. So when do you think humanity is going to achieve that type of blessing?
Whenever they decide to kill the people at the top and take the power back, that's the only way it's ever going to happen. Period.
Well, You said that, not me. You said that.
In GTA 6, of course. I'm talking about virtually in a video game.
But anyway, interesting point of view. But this is the fact, isn't it, Zoo?
Yeah. Well, there's no, I mean, these people have the military at their fingertips. They can propagandize the military to believe whatever they want, and they could turn the military on the public tomorrow, and the military would listen. That's just the reality of the situation. If the United States wanted to send the National Guard in to start killing people by the millions, the National Guard would do it without question. I promise.
Well, they already have, but unfortunately, ICE is the one that's done the killing so far. I think the National Guard has done a few, but ICE is the one.
Yeah, ICE is doing it. I mean, they're not killing people mostly. They're just like really, really brutalizing and harassing people. But that could turn to murder.
Right, it might not be in the fucking hundreds, but it have killed a lot of people.
Yeah, they have. It's like up to 100 or something like that. But I mean, compared to our population we have 300 million people in the United States, so it's kind of like a minuscule problem right now. But that's my point is that they could
A minuscule problem killing innocent people. A minuscule problem.
No, the numbers. Killing innocent people is inexcusable, but I'm saying the numbers of it only happening. Did you not? Can you stop interrupting me when I'm speaking?
Mate, all I'm saying is don't minuscule people when you count minuscule numbers. Killing people for, let's just say, like 1940s Germany is not a good thing. Capiche?
We're in agreement. I'm not a pro ICE. I don't support ICE killing people. I know it's wrong, but I'm saying if it's only happening to less than 100 people in a place where there's 300 million people, it's not a big deal yet.
I don't believe you just said that's not a big deal.
I did. And I believe.
Sorry, I think one life's enough, mate. Sorry, mate. One life's too many. Sorry.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Sorry, I just said I think one life's too much. Sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you for some reason.
Right, is that better? Because I had a certain phone charger in my phone. I said I believe one life is too much for those numbers.
Again, like I've already agreed with you on that. I'm just saying it's not a catastrophic problem yet. It's going to be, but that's completely irrelevant. Like this does not matter whether we agree on how vicious ICE is being. My point was that if the government wanted to kill off millions of people, they could achieve it tomorrow, and the military will listen to them.
You know what? I shall point out another fact. If you live in major cities around the world, why is your military looking like? Your police forces looking like SWAT teams? I mean, sorry, not SWAT, fucking special force teams when they're not. But they have the attitude, they can do what? Look at that type of personality in your local police force. I'm dressed up as what? I can act like what? What is going on there?
What are you asking? I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're not asking, right? My apologies for talking too fast. Why are so many police forces in the Western world and a few other places got militarized?
It's intentional. That's what I mean. The people that are in power, and mostly just, I mean, we don't even have to say the people in power, but it's primarily Donald Trump wants to create a police state where he can have the military replace the police and he can brutalize citizens whenever he wants. Because when you have the military in place, there's a bunch of laws that you can bypass when it's become like a police state. When you there's a word for it that I can't think of. Martial law. When you declare martial law and basically declare that our country is at war with either itself or another country, all kinds of laws go out the window, and he can make way more money that way.
Can I just remind you of a fact, please?
Yes.
Liberty is something you're given from a control factor, like a ship. You have been given liberty to go shore. And you have liberty, right? So in other words, you're under martial law anywhere. Capiche?
Yeah, but I mean, I just said this though. Like I literally just said, if he wants to send the military in and kill off millions of
No,
people, he can do it. That is like that's the effects of martial law.
You didn't get what I meant. What I meant is liberty. When you use the word liberty every day, liberty is only given from those who are under martial law in the first place. Capiche?
Yeah. I mean, I agree that like poverty or not poverty, but like control and freedom is comes in waves. It always has all throughout human history. People gain their freedom and then they become imprisoned and they gain their freedom and it's just happens over and
So in
over.
other
It always
words,
has.
so in other words, when are we going to wake up to say no more martial law?
We have that, and this is we started this conversation by saying that everyone's well aware that we don't want this anymore, but no one's willing to step away from their cowardice and stand together and risk their life for it.
Wow. Are you saying I keep repeating myself? We ended the point of the conversation, my start of the conversation. That's all I've got to say on that subject.
Yeah, we've gone full circle back to where we started. No one's willing to stand up for themselves. No one's willing to take the risk and form a giant group and overpower this extremely small minority of greedy, filthy, billionaire pedophiles that's ruling our country and take the power back and give it to ourselves.
Yes. Corruption breeds itself without a doubt. Sorry about that. I'm talking about me burping, but I'm not sorry about corruption breeding itself. You know why? Corruption. Oh, fuck that shit. What a bunch of fucking cunts. Corrupt cunts. Sorry about that.
I personally don't think that we ever will escape at this time. I think that with the use of artificial intelligence, or I mean, maybe you shouldn't call it that, but large language models guiding, all of the best possibilities, and the fact that they have more money, they can afford better science, they can afford more researching, they're going to win, and they're going to stay in charge for as long as humans are around at this point. I don't think this isn't another situation where people are going to like if people try to rise up and speak up and say let's form a giant group and go mob against the government or whatever, they'll just kill those people off right there on the spot.
I'm going to say
we don't have the ability anymore, I don't think.
I'm going to say that civilization has always had mythology convincing people that they are to be docile workers. This has been every civilization that's ever existed. And so the end point of that is just going to be, how can civilization make people the most docile and perfect worker they can? And that will look like merging humans with technology that makes them that perfect docile worker.
Well,
but
put it this way,
that being said, I'm going to get off. It was good talking to you all.
Set skills. How much justice do you want to see in what I'm about to say? I will never be controlled. Capiche?
Well, that's great. I think that is an option that people paint the picture it's not. but it just
I'd rather,
becomes more difficult.
I'd rather check out tomorrow if I knew I was going to be fucked for the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know about that. I think that even if you're completely fucked, it's still worth it because the human experience is so unique.
So in
Even
other
living in
words, there's
even
still
living in suffering is often worse than not living at all.
that's why there's
There's
still
another-
hope, and we don't all communicate instantly, so we don't all feel the same. That's why it's called divisionary tactics. We're not allowed to feel the same, because if we still feel, if we all had a genuine, a global, we all feel the same, which is not allowed. That's when it's not allowed. Capiche? Sorry about that. Anyway, Zool, you're fantastic. Been a good conversation, by the way. Thank you.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just negative, but I don't think that humans stand much of a chance anymore.
I'm
I think
very
that we're going to be
negative.
controlled, like when we think of ancient rulers, ruling over a nation and oppressing people for 400 years. I think that that's going to pale in comparison to what's going to happen this time. I think that the people in power are going to rule for thousands of years this time.
So, in other words, like Hitler said, 1,000 year Reich. Or, yeah, well,
Yeah, or 10,000 years. I mean, unlimited. They just have too much power at this point. It's not like old kings that had, a couple 100 pounds of gold and 50,000 people to back them up in an army. They have unlimited resources. They have technology that we're not even the public doesn't even have access to. Like I said, they have like when it comes to money for doing research or for creating new technology, they completely have us beat in every facet. Like we don't have access. The average person, like on the streets, can't go get plutonium or uranium or rare metals or anything like that. We're just at a complete disadvantage in every way, shape, and form. They're controlling these propaganda machines that are convincing people of things that aren't true to turn each other against each other if things get out of control. And
well,
again,
that's the
they
whole.
have the military. They have jets. Like we have, like the United States, for instance, has like 6,000 nukes. That's enough to completely wipe our entire population off the face of the earth. They could just drop nukes from the sky, killing hundreds of thousands of people at a time.
To be honest, I thought it was more than that, and Russia has more. After the non-nuclear proliferation treaty, and you're still building more. Dear. Oh. Oh. But anyway, how do you feel about America trying to offer nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia, but Iran can't have it? But Israel gets so much money from the United States, but they still don't declare they have nuclear weapons. Oh dear. That's a bit of a quandary, isn't it?
Your question is, why is Iran not allowed to have nuclear weapons?
Well, America's just offered Saudi Arabia nuclear technology, including
Yeah.
enrichment. But why is Israel allowed to have nuclear weapons when they say they don't have nuclear weapons? I can tell you exactly the answer. Israel wouldn't get the money from the US if it was a nuclear power. But we all know they stole nuclear missiles from the US. And also, I mean, come on, let's not go down that aisle. Who stole nuclear technology for Israel? The American citizens? Or what?
I mean, why do you think that nuclear technology is stolen from Israel? We had nuclear technology more like 100 years ago.
I'm not talking about Israel didn't exist in 19 fucking 20s.
Huh?
I mean, I'm talking about Israel, right? Is Israel allowed to have nuclear weapons or not?
I don't know. I would think so. I'm not sure. I mean, I think everyone's allowed to. That people can just do what they want to do, but they're subject to other
Right.
countries
Well,
invading if they do
the
it.
the the point I'm making Israel says it doesn't have nuclear weapons, but we all know that Israel does have nuclear weapons because the technology was stolen by Israeli spies from America, right? That's
Oh,
why they
like the
have.
idea, you mean?
Well, I mean, as well as the fissionable material. Yeah.
Like, are they? That's what I mean. Are they stealing physical materials, or are they stealing ideas?
Fishable. In other words, nuclear physics, fission. Anyway, let's get back to this. America's offering Saudi Arabia nuclear technology, including enrichment, right? Apparently.
Yeah.
Donald Trump says it on Truth Social, right? But Iran is not. But Israel's allowed it. We all know that Israel's had nuclear missiles since the late 60s.
Yeah. The thing about this is that a lot of countries have nuclear
But you
weaponry.
haven't.
The reason that Iran is there's a
You
reason
did
that
not
Iran's
let
not
me.
allowed.
You didn't let me
Huh?
finish.
I thought you were done.
America would not give Israel money. It's not allowed to give Israel money if Israel publicly admitted that it had nuclear missiles.
Well, it doesn't matter if Israel publicly
It
admitted
does
that they had.
matter.
No, it doesn't,
It
because if
matters.
they could admit it, they could admit it
Does
tomorrow.
matter.
Listen to me. They could admit it tomorrow, and the United States is going to let them have them. It doesn't matter.
That's not what I said. They're not going to give them any more money if they
Yes, they
publicly
will.
admitted it. No, they
Yes,
won't.
they will. Yes, they will.
Right. Fuck off.
The USA will bend over backwards for Israel because we're a Christian country, and that's just the reality of it.
What? So, right, you just admitted you're going to fuck America up the arse with a big blue dick.
You seem to think that I support the Republicans and Donald Trump and our support for Israel. I do not support them. I'm not in support of it. I'm just speaking facts about what would happen.
So how powerful is Israel to you, so?
They have the United States backing them. They're extremely powerful.
They have the United States in their pocket. What the
Exactly, yeah. Exactly.
Well, how much of the world do you have in your pocket, so?
The United States?
What about the internet?
What about it?
Do you have that in your back pocket as well?
I have no idea as far as like technology goes.
Fair enough.
I mean, we have I would say we have a pretty big stronghold on propaganda, but that really only runs USA deep. Like other countries see right through our bullshit.
Well, I see
except for people like Kenny.
I see right through your bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Yeah, well,
anyway,
don't call it my bullshit. I'm not in support of this shit. I don't support what the United States is doing. I'm not Republican. I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Israel.
My apologies. My apologies. I see right through that bullshit. Sorry. My apologies. Sorry, Zoom. Sorry.
And the reason that Iran is not allowed to have nukes is because Iran has been saying death to the United States since 1979, and then they quit allowing the UN to examine their nuclear. Wait, what? Can I finish what I was saying before you say fuck off?
Yeah, man. Entirely. Sorry.
All I was saying was that Iran has been publicly saying death to the United States since 1979, and they signed an agreement with the United Nations to let the UN come and explore their nuclear facilities to make sure that they weren't creating more nukes, because we all signed an agreement that everyone would start slowly reducing the amount of nukes that they had. And then when it came time for the United Nations to go examine Iranian nuclear facilities, they had guards walk out with guns and point the guns at the people that came from the United Nations and say, "Get the fuck out of here! You're not exploring our nuclear facilities." So, and that was in 2006. That was 20 years ago. So for the past 50, brother, you got to let me finish speaking. I'm gonna
Yeah,
talk for
but
30 seconds. 30 seconds of
talked
talking.
enough. You've
All right,
talked
see you
enough,
later.
mate. Yep. Right, all right, okay, bye-bye. Well, that was pretty entertaining. Anyway, the non-nuclear proliferation treaty wasn't in the 1970s, so fair enough, Zul. Keep talking your bullshit. But anyway, interesting talk, Zul. Very interesting talk. 1970s non-nuclear proliferation treaty. My arse. Fuck off.